The call came at 2:47 a.m. Elena Morgan's phone vibrated against the glass nightstand, the screen's cold light slicing through her Brooklyn Heights bedroom. She knew before looking. Her father only called at ungodly hours when the world was ending. His world, which meant hers, would follow. She let it ring twice more. A petty rebellion. Elena. His voice carried none of its usual boardroom thunder. Worse, it trembled. I need you to come home. She sat up, silk sheets pooling at her waist. Through the window, Manhattan's skyline glittered across the East River, indifferent to whatever catastrophe had cracked Richard Morgan's legendary composure. It's 3 in the morning. The business is gone. For words. Elena's chest tightened. She pressed her palm against the cool wall, grounding herself in the texture of exposed brick she'd chosen, in this apartment she'd earned, in the life she'd built separate from the Morgan Empire's long shadow. What do you mean, gone? Hostile takeover. Cross Industries. The board voted 2 hours ago. A pause, then quieter. Damien Cross owns us now. The name landed like a fist. Everyone in New York knew Damien Cross, the tech billionaire who'd clawed his way from nothing to Forbes' top 10 before 35, who dismantled competitors with surgical precision, who collected companies the way other men collected watches. The tabloids called him the Ice King. The business journals called him ruthless. The society pages called him unavailable, though that never stopped them from speculating. Elena had never met him. She'd been careful about that. I'm sorry. She meant it, even as relief flickered beneath sympathy. Her father had built Morgan Holdings through equal parts brilliance and brutality. Perhaps karma kept better books than she'd thought. But I don't understand why you're calling me. I haven't been involved in the company for 10 years. There's a way out. His voice shifted, taking on the negotiator's cadence she remembered from childhood dinners that were really strategy sessions. Cross offered terms. Her stomach dropped. Dad. He wants a meeting. With you. No. Elena, listen. I built my business from scratch. She stood, pacing the small bedroom, her bare feet silent on reclaimed hardwood. You said I'd fail. You said event planning was a hobby, that I'd come crawling back within a year. I didn't. I won't. This isn't about your little party planning venture. The dismissal stung, familiar as an old scar. She bit back the response, that her little venture had orchestrated events for Manhattan's elite, that her client list included names her father courted for years, that she'd earned every success without the Morgan name smoothing her path. Then what is it about? Silence stretched. Through the phone, she heard ice clink against crystal. Her father, drinking alone in his study, surrounded by the artifacts of power that hadn't saved him. He wants you, Elena. As a condition of restructuring the deal. Her breath caught. Wants me how? Marriage. A merger of families. The words came faster now, desperate. 2 years minimum, full social integration, public appearances. In exchange, he'll retain me as a consultant, preserve the Morgan name on the letterhead, protect our legacy. You're selling me. I'm saving this family. Elena's laugh came out sharp, jagged. I'm not part of your family business anymore. Remember. You disowned that option when I chose my own path. Don't be dramatic. I never disowned you. You stopped speaking to me for 18 months. You were wasting your potential. She closed her eyes. This argument was a circle, worn smooth by repetition. Find another way. There is no other way. Now the thunder returned, crackling across the line. Do you think I'd ask this if alternatives existed? Cross has us cornered. This is his price. Why me? The question emerged smaller than she intended. He could have anyone. Models, heiresses, women who actually want. He specifically requested you. The room tilted. Elena braced herself against the dresser, staring at her reflection in the mirror above it. Dark hair sleep-tangled, her mother's green eyes wide in a face too pale. She looked like prey. That's insane. We've never even met. Apparently, you made an impression. A memory surfaced. last month's breast cancer research gala at the plaza, an event she'd planned down to the napkin rings. She'd felt watched all evening, a prickling awareness between her shoulder blades. Once, scanning the ballroom, she'd caught a glimpse of a man in the mezzanine shadows, tall, dark-suited, utterly still while chaos swirled below. Their eyes had met for perhaps 3 seconds before someone blocked her view. When she looked again, he'd vanished. She'd dismissed it as paranoia, the hazard of perfectionism. Elena. Her father's voice gentled, which frightened her more than his anger. I know what I'm asking. I know I have no right. But your mother's name is on this company. Your grandfather built it from nothing. If we lose it, we lose everything: the foundation, the scholarships, the reputation. Our family becomes a cautionary tale. And I become a transaction. You become a Cross. One of the most powerful names in the country. Was. He's not a bad man from what I understand. Difficult, yes. Demanding. But he's built an empire. He could offer you things I never could. I don't want things. I want my life. Your life will still be yours. The contract specifies separate residences if desired. Continued professional autonomy. There's a contract. Her voice climbed. Already. His lawyers sent it an hour ago. Elena, he's thought this through. Whatever his reasons, he's serious. She sank onto the bed, phone pressed to her ear, trying to organize thoughts that scattered like startled birds. Contract. Terms. Her future reduced to clauses and considerations. I need to think. The offer expires in 48 hours. After that, Cross proceeds with full acquisition and liquidation. Everything goes: the buildings, the assets, the art collection. Your mother's portrait in the lobby. The archive of your grandfather's correspondence. All of it, auctioned to the highest bidder. The cruelty was surgical. Her mother's portrait, oil on canvas, commissioned the year before the cancer, when Catherine Morgan still smiled like she believed in tomorrow. Elena visited it sometimes, late at night when the building was empty, sitting in the lobby's leather chair and pretending they were having the conversations death had stolen. You're manipulating me. I'm telling you what's at stake. Her father's voice cracked. I'm telling you I'm sorry. I'm telling you I failed, and I'm asking, begging, for help I don't deserve from a daughter I've never properly valued. Elena's throat burned. In 32 years, she'd never heard Richard Morgan apologize. Pride was his skeleton. Without it, he'd collapse. Send me the contract. Thank you. I'm not agreeing. I'm reading. She stood, walking to the window. Manhattan glittered, a city of ambitions and compromises. And Dad, if I do this, if we renegotiate our relationship too, no more dismissals. No more little ventures. You see me or you lose me. Permanently. Understood. She ended the call before he could say more, before the tremor in his voice could erode her resolve further. The phone felt heavy, contaminated. She set it down and pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. Across the river, somewhere in those glittering towers, Damien Cross was awake too. She was certain of it. Men like him didn't sleep. They calculated, strategized, moved pieces across boards only they could see. And somehow, she'd become a piece worth playing. Her laptop sat on the small kitchen table, buried under fabric samples and venue contracts for next month's wedding. A tech CEO marrying a gallery owner, 2 people who'd chosen each other freely, who'd spent their engagement tasting cakes and debating color palettes, who had no idea how lucky they were. Elena opened her email. The message from Morgan Holdings' legal team waited, subject line. Confidential, Cross proposal. She clicked. The contract was 47 pages long. She read until dawn broke over the city, until her coffee went cold, until the words blurred together into a cage so precisely constructed she could almost admire its architecture. Separate bedrooms, public appearances, social media protocols, termination clauses, financial arrangements that would make her independently wealthy regardless of the marriage's outcome. Everything anticipated, everything controlled, except the one clause that made her breath catch, buried on page 34. In the event of genuine affection developing between parties, all terms subject to renegotiation by mutual consent. Genuine affection. As if emotion could be contracted, scheduled, managed like a quarterly review. As if Damien Cross believed in such things at all. Her phone buzzed. A new message, sender unknown. Your answer by Friday midnight. The car will collect you at 7 p.m. Saturday for dinner. Dress accordingly. DC. No question. No request. Just certainty that she'd agree, that she'd step into the car, that she'd trade her carefully built independence for a man she'd never met and a marriage that was really a merger. Elena stared at the message until the screen went dark, her reflection ghosting across the glass. She looked like her mother. Same stubborn jaw, same eyes that had watched Catherine Morgan choose dignity over despair, grace over bitterness, even as cancer consumed her. Sometimes, Elena, her mother had whispered near the end, the bravest thing is accepting help, even when it costs you. But her mother had been talking about hospice care, not arranged marriage. About death, not life. Wasn't she? Elena picked up her phone. Typed 3 words. I'll be ready. She hit send before courage failed, before logic intervened, before she could calculate the cost of saving a family that had never quite saved her. Across the river, in a penthouse she'd soon know too well, Damien Cross's phone lit up with her response. He didn't smile. He'd forgotten how years ago. But he did pour himself 2 fingers of scotch and raise the glass toward the Brooklyn Heights skyline, toward a woman who'd just agreed to become his wife. His acquisition. His carefully planned redemption. To Elena Morgan, he said to the empty room. May you forgive me for what comes next. The contract sat on his desk, already signed in his sharp, slashing hand. He'd been waiting 10 years for this. Chapter 1. The Introduction. The plaza ballroom glittered like a jewelry box. 200 guests draped in silk and ambition. Elena stood near the entrance, her practiced eye cataloging details. The centerpieces needed adjusting on table 7, the string quartet's tempo was slightly rushed, the champagne fountain's flow had diminished. Small imperfections in an otherwise flawless execution. She'd planned this event for 3 months. The annual Children's Hospital Gala, her biggest commission yet. Every flower, every fold of linen, every precisely timed course represented her independence made manifest. No Morgan money. No family connections. Just her name, her reputation, her ruthlessly earned credibility. Elena, it's magnificent. Patricia Aldridge, the hospital's development director, materialized at her elbow, diamonds catching the chandelier light. The silent auction alone has exceeded projections by 40%. The items curated themselves once we secured the Hockney. Elena smiled, the professional warmth that never quite reached her eyes. Your donors respond to investment pieces. They respond to you. Patricia squeezed her arm. You have a gift for understanding what people want before they know themselves. The comment lodged uncomfortably beneath Elena's ribs. She'd been understanding what people wanted her entire life. Her father's perfect daughter, her mother's brave companion, her client's miracle worker. The irony of being known for intuition while feeling perpetually uncertain about her own desires wasn't lost on her. If you'll excuse me, I need to check on the kitchen timing. The ballroom's energy shifted. It was subtle, like barometric pressure dropping before a storm. Conversations didn't stop, but they redirected. Heads turned toward the entrance with the synchronized precision of compass needles finding north. Elena turned too. He stood in the doorway, and the word that surfaced was inevitable. Tall, dark-suited. His presence carved space from air. Even across 50 feet of crowded ballroom, she felt the impact. A physical thing like standing too close to a fire. Damien Cross. She knew without introduction, without confirmation. The set of his shoulders broadcast control. His stillness suggested a predator's patience. And his eyes, even at this distance she felt them, scanned the room with the assessment of someone who saw assets and liabilities, never simply people. Those eyes found her. The room contracted. Sound muted. Elena's pulse kicked against her throat as his gaze locked onto hers with recognition that shouldn't exist. They'd never met. She was certain of it. Yet he looked at her like he'd been searching, like he'd finally located something misplaced. He moved through the crowd with economy, guests parting without seeming to realize they'd stepped aside. No glad-handing, no pausing for the society matrons who angled for his attention. His trajectory was singular. Toward her. Ms. Morgan. His voice carried the texture of expensive bourbon, smooth with an burn underneath. Your event is impressive. Close he was worse. Sharp cheekbones, a mouth that suggested cruelty and discipline in equal measure, and those eyes, gray like winter Atlantic, cold and fathomless. A thin scar traced his left eyebrow, the only imperfection in otherwise severe beauty. Mr. Cross. She extended her hand, a business reflex. I wasn't aware you were on the guest list. I wasn't. His hand enveloped hers, warm and deliberate. He didn't shake so much as hold, his thumb pressing briefly against her racing pulse before releasing. I added myself an hour ago. For charity, of course. The lie was transparent. Men like Damien Cross didn't impulse attend events. Every action served strategy. Of course. Elena retrieved her hand, resisting the urge to wipe it against her dress, a floor-length emerald silk that suddenly felt too thin. The hospital appreciates your support. I'm sure they do. His gaze traveled over her face with clinical thoroughness, cataloging features like he was memorizing evidence. Though I suspect my contribution will be insignificant compared to the total you've generated tonight. You have a talent for extracting money from reluctant donors. I prefer to think of it as helping people invest in causes that matter. Semantics. The corner of his mouth lifted. Not quite a smile, more an acknowledgement of her deflection. But pretty ones. A waiter passed with champagne. Damien collected 2 flutes without looking, offering her one. The gesture was smooth, proprietary, as if they were together rather than strangers engaged in increasingly uncomfortable small talk. Elena didn't take the glass. I'm working. You're monitoring. He set her flute on a nearby table, keeping his own. There's a difference. Everything here runs without your intervention now. You've built a machine that executes your vision. The question is whether you trust it enough to step back. The observation was too accurate, too intimate. How long had he been watching to understand her operational style? You seem well informed about my process. I make it my business to understand people before I engage with them. He sipped his champagne, eyes never leaving hers. You, for instance. 32. Graduated summa cum laude from Cornell's hospitality program despite your father's objections. Spent 2 years at prestige events before launching Morgan Collective 5 years ago. Client retention rate of 97%. You work 16-hour days, maintain minimal social life, and visit your mother's portrait at Morgan Holdings every Thursday at 11 p.m. when you think no one's watching. I slid down Elena's spine. That's thorough. He tilted his head. I'm a thorough man, Elena. May I call you Elena? You seem to have already decided you can. Fair point. He moved closer, his voice dropping to a register meant only for her. I'll be direct. Your father contacted you 3 days ago regarding my acquisition of Morgan Holdings. You read my contract proposal. You agreed to dinner this Saturday. The ballroom spun. Elena gripped the table edge, her knuckles white against dark wood. How do you know that? My father wouldn't. Your father didn't tell me. I have other sources. Damien's expression remained neutral, but something flickered beneath. Satisfaction at her reaction, perhaps. Or anticipation. I wanted to meet you first. Before the formal dinner, before lawyers and contracts and the performance we'll both have to execute. I wanted to see if you'd run. Run. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. From what? From me. From this. He gestured between them, the space suddenly charged. Most people do, eventually. They sense something. incompatible with their comfort. Elena forced herself to meet his gaze, to not give him the satisfaction of her fear. "You're trying to intimidate me." "No." The word was soft, almost gentle. "I'm trying to be honest. This marriage, if you go through with it, won't be comfortable. I'm not a comfortable man. But I am a fair one, within my parameters. Your parameters include surveillance and stalking. My parameters include protecting my investments." His tone hardened. "You became my investment the moment your father gambled his company on expansion he couldn't sustain. I'm offering you a choice he doesn't have, agency within constraints. Most people get neither." "How generous." "It is, actually." He set down his champagne, the gesture final. "I could have simply destroyed Morgan Holdings and moved on. Instead, I'm offering preservation. Legacy. Your mother's memory protected. All it costs is 2 years of your life and the pretense of affection." "Pretense?" Elena's laugh was bitter. "At least you're honest about that." "I'm honest about everything, Elena. It's one of my few virtues." He reached into his jacket, withdrawing a small velvet box. "Which brings me to the purpose of this introduction." Her stomach dropped. "Don't." He opened the box. The ring inside was stunning. An emerald-cut diamond, easily 5 carats, flanked by smaller stones in a platinum setting. The kind of ring that made statements, that photographed well, that broadcast ownership. The ballroom's ambient noise faded. Elena felt eyes turning toward them, felt the moment crystallizing into something public and irreversible. "Damien, we're in the middle of an event I'm running." "Which makes it perfect." He extracted the ring, his movements unhurried. "Everyone who matters is here. The announcement will reach the right circles by midnight. Your father will see that I keep my promises." "You're insane." "Probably." He took her left hand, his grip firm enough to prevent withdrawal without causing a scene. "But you're still here. You haven't walked away. That tells me everything I need to know about your answer." The ring slid onto her finger, a perfect fit. Course it was. He'd probably measured her while she slept, or bribed a jeweler, or employed whatever methods billionaires use to eliminate surprise from their acquisitions. It was beautiful. It was a shackle. Elena Morgan. Damien's voice carried now, projecting to the guests who'd formed a loose circle around them, phones already raised. "Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Question was theater. They both knew it. But the crowd didn't. They saw romance, saw Manhattan's most eligible bachelor on one knee, when had he knelt, saw a fairy tale unfolding in real time. Elena looked down at him, at the man who'd researched her life, who'd engineered this moment, who held her family's survival in one hand and offered her a diamond prison with the other. She thought of her mother's portrait, of her father's broken voice, of the business she'd built that would crumble without the credibility that came from association with power. She thought of the contract's clause. In the event of genuine affection developing between parties, as if this man kneeling before her, this beautiful monster in bespoke tailoring, was capable of genuine anything. "Yes." The word tasted like ashes. "Yes, I'll marry you." The ballroom erupted. Applause, champagne corks, the string quartet launching into something celebratory. Damien stood, pulling her into an embrace that looked tender from the outside but felt like a cage closing. His mouth brushed her ear. "You'll move into the penthouse this weekend. We have much to discuss about expectations." Then he kissed her. It was brief, chaste, appropriate for their audience. But his hand at the small of her back burned through silk, and his lips carried the taste of champagne and something darker. Possession, perhaps, or warning. When he released her, Elena's professional smile was flawless. Inside she was screaming. Chapter 2, The Penthouse. The elevator climbed 63 floors in silence. Elena watched the numbers ascend, her weekend bag heavy in her hand despite its modest contents. She'd packed light, a rebellion so small it embarrassed her. 3 days' worth of clothes, her laptop, the essentials. As if she were visiting rather than relocating, as if she could maintain the fiction that her Brooklyn Heights apartment still represented home. The ring on her finger caught the elevator's recessed lighting. She tried removing it twice since Friday night. Both times, the bare skin underneath had felt worse than the weight of the diamond. "Penthouse level," the elevator announced in a pleasant female voice. The doors whispered open. The space beyond stole her breath. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped 3 sides of the vast open-plan living area, offering a panorama of Manhattan that made her feel suspended in air. The city sprawled below, miniaturized, conquered. The decor was aggressively modern. Sharp lines, monochromatic palette, furniture that looked sculptural rather than comfortable. Everything glass and steel in cold perfection. A fortress, she'd told her assistant yesterday. Sarah had laughed, thinking Elena was joking. Ms. Morgan, a woman in her 50s, materialized from a hallway to the left, her gray suit crisp, her expression professionally neutral. "I'm Claire, Mr. Cross's house manager. He's been delayed at the office but asked me to show you to your quarters." "Your quarters. Not your room or your suite." The phrasing was institutional, careful. "Thank you." Elena followed Claire across marble floors that reflected the afternoon light, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. "Has he mentioned when he'll be back?" Mr. Cross rarely provides specific timelines. Claire's tone suggested this was a feature, not a bug. "He prefers flexibility in his schedule." They passed a kitchen that looked like it had never been used. Gleaming appliances, pristine countertops, not a dish or utensil visible. A dining table that could seat 12 stood before the western windows, its glass surface empty except for a single architectural vase containing 3 white orchids. "The master suite is here." Claire indicated double doors to the right. "Your rooms are on the opposite side, as specified in the agreement. Separate bedrooms." Elena had insisted on that clause, one of her few successful negotiations. Now, walking away from those closed double doors, she felt the distance like judgment. "Mr. Cross had the guest suite renovated for your arrival." Claire opened another set of doors, revealing a bedroom larger than Elena's entire Brooklyn apartment. "He hoped you'd find it acceptable." Acceptable was an understatement. The room was beautiful, softer than the main living area, with warm gray walls and cream accents. A king bed faced south-facing windows. A sitting area held a velvet sofa and reading chair. Fresh flowers, peonies her favorite, filled a crystal vase on the dresser. He'd researched her preferences. Of course he had. "The closet is through here." Claire slid open a door, revealing a walk-in space currently empty except for a few items on hangers. Mr. Cross took the liberty of providing some essentials. If anything doesn't suit, his stylist can arrange alternatives. Elena stepped into the closet. The essentials included designer dresses still bearing tags, shoes in her exact size, and lingerie from La Perla that made her cheeks heat. Everything coordinated, everything expensive, everything chosen by someone who knew her measurements with unsettling precision. "I have my own clothes." "Of course." Claire's expression didn't change. "These are simply options. For events, public appearances. Mr. Cross is particular about presentation." The word presentation landed with weight. Elena was a project now, something to be styled and managed and displayed according to his specifications. "The bathroom is en suite." Claire continued the tour with brisk efficiency. "Towels are restocked daily. Housekeeping comes Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays unless you prefer alternative arrangements. Mr. Cross's gym is on the lower level, accessible via the private elevator. The building has additional amenities: pool, spa, business center. Your access codes are in the welcome packet on your nightstand." Welcome packet. As if this were a hotel stay. "Thank you, Claire." Elena set her bag on the bed, suddenly exhausted. "I can manage from here." "Of course. I'll be downstairs if you need anything." "Mr. Cross asked that you join him in his office when you're settled." Claire paused at the door. "He said to take your time. He's a patient man when it matters." The door closed with a soft click, leaving Elena alone in her beautiful cage. She unpacked slowly, hanging her own clothes beside the designer pieces like defiant flags. Her laptop found a home on the desk by the window. Her books, the few she'd brought, stacked on the nightstand, their worn covers incongruous against the room's pristine aesthetic. The peonies drew her attention. She touched a petal soft as skin. They were perfect specimens, probably cost more than her monthly grocery budget. But they were her favorite because her mother had loved them, had filled their house with them every spring until the cancer made her too sensitive to scents. Had Damien known that? Or was it coincidence? She suspected coincidence didn't exist in his world. The welcome packet contained keycards, access codes, and a single sheet of cream stationery with a handwritten note. Lena, make yourself at home. What's mine is yours within reason. We'll discuss the parameters tonight. My office is the second door past the living area. Come when you're ready. E. The handwriting was sharp, slashing, impatient. She traced the D with her fingertip, trying to reconcile the man who'd written this with the one who'd orchestrated her favorite flowers. Outside her windows, Manhattan glittered in the late afternoon sun. She could see her Brooklyn neighborhood from here, the brownstones reduced to toy house scale. Her apartment was somewhere in that distant cluster, still holding her furniture, her life, her carefully constructed independence. She could leave. The thought surfaced with sudden clarity. Walk out, break the contract, let her father's company collapse. Start over somewhere else. Boston, Chicago, anywhere that wasn't this tower, this city, this man's domain. But her mother's portrait would be auctioned. The foundation bearing her name would dissolve. And Elena would spend the rest of her life wondering if she'd been brave or just selfish. She changed clothes, a small act of control. Shed the designer jeans and cashmere sweater she'd worn for the move, replaced them with her own black dress, simple and professional. Applied lipstick like war paint. Met her own eyes in the mirror. 2 years, she told her reflection. You can survive anything for 2 years. The woman in the mirror looked unconvinced. Elena found his office easily. The second door past the living area as promised. It was closed. She raised her hand to knock, then lowered it, annoyed by her own hesitation. This was a business arrangement. She'd negotiated contracts with difficult clients before. This was simply another negotiation, albeit with higher stakes. She knocked twice, firm and professional. Come in. His office was darker than the rest of the penthouse, the windows tinted, the lighting low. Damien sat behind a massive desk of black wood. His jacket discarded. His white shirt's sleeves rolled to his elbows. Papers surrounded him, multiple monitors glowed with data streams, and his focus was absolute, until she entered. Then those gray eyes lifted, and she felt the impact like a physical touch. Elena. He stood, a courtesy that somehow felt territorial. You found everything acceptable. The room is beautiful. The clothes were unnecessary. The clothes are necessary. He moved around the desk, leaning against its edge. We'll be photographed constantly. Your wardrobe is part of the narrative we're constructing. I have a perfectly adequate wardrobe. I'm sure you do. For your life. This is a different life. He gestured to a leather chair facing his desk. Sit. We should discuss expectations before dinner. I've read the contract. Twice. The contract covers legalities. I'm talking about reality. He waited until she sat before returning to his own chair, the desk a barrier between them. The next 2 years require us to present a united front. Affection in public, coordination in private. You'll attend events as my wife, represent Cross Industries at certain functions, and maintain the appearance of a successful marriage. I understand the terms. Understanding and executing are different. He pulled a folder from his desk drawer, sliding it across to her. This is your schedule for the next month. Charity galas, business dinners, a weekend in the Hamptons with my board members and their spouses. You'll need to be prepared. Elena opened the folder. Her calendar had been filled without consultation. Dates, times, dress codes, briefing notes on attendees. Her own client meetings had been noted and marked flexible, as if her business were secondary. You've scheduled me without asking. I'm informing you now. That's not how partnerships work. This isn't a partnership, Elena. It's a contract. His voice remained level, but something cold moved beneath. You provide a service, social legitimacy, the appearance of normalcy, a softening of my public image. In exchange, your family's legacy survives and you receive financial compensation. Those are the terms we both agreed to. She closed the folder carefully, rage building behind her sternum. And my business. The clients I've committed to. Hire more staff. Delegate. You'll have the resources now. He leaned back, studying her. Unless you're afraid to scale because it means losing control. The observation was a blade, sharp and precise. She did struggle with delegation, did micromanage, did fear that releasing control meant losing quality. But hearing it from him, delivered with clinical detachment, made her want to throw something. I'm not afraid. I'm protective of my reputation. So am I. Which is why you'll have my full support in expanding Morgan Collective, after we establish our public narrative. He stood, walking to a cabinet along the wall. The first 3 months are critical. Once the media accepts us as a couple, once the society pages move on to other stories, you'll have more freedom. Freedom within your parameters. Exactly. He poured 2 glasses of amber liquid from a crystal decanter, offering her one. You're learning. Elena didn't take the glass. I don't drink whiskey. It's bourbon. Pappy Van Winkle, 23 year. He set her glass on the desk within reach. And you do drink it. You ordered it at the Carlisle bar 6 months ago when you thought a client was going to cancel on you. You nursed 1 glass for 2 hours while reworking your pitch. Her skin went cold. You're having me followed. I was having you researched. There's a difference. He returned to his chair, swirling his bourbon. I don't make investments without due diligence, Elena. You should be grateful. I know exactly what I'm getting. No surprises, no disappointments. Except I'm not an investment. I'm a person. You're both. His gaze held hers over the rim of his glass. And as an investment, you're valuable. Which means I protect you. The surveillance wasn't stalking. It was security assessment. You live in a ground-floor apartment with inadequate locks. You walk home alone from late client meetings. You're trusting to the point of liability. So you violated my privacy for my own good? Yes. No hesitation, no apology. And I'll continue to. You're cross now, or will be in 3 weeks. That makes you a target. My enemies will look for leverage. And you're the most obvious vulnerability I've acquired in a decade. The casual admission that she was a vulnerability, an acquisition, should have stung more than it did. Instead, Elena felt something else surface. Curiosity about what kind of man viewed a wife as a tactical weakness. She reached for the bourbon, taking a small sip. It burned smooth and expensive, tasting of oak and thyme. Tell me about your enemies. Damien's expression shifted. Surprise quickly masked. Why? Because if I'm a target, I should understand the threat. She took another sip, holding his gaze. You've researched me thoroughly. Fair is fair. A smile ghosted across his mouth, there and gone. Fair is rarely fair, but I appreciate the logic. He set down his glass, leaning forward. I've made enemies in every industry I've entered. Hostile takeovers create resentment. Disruption breeds backlash. Most are contained. Legal battles, smear campaigns, the usual corporate warfare. But there are 2 you should know about. He pulled up a photo on one of his monitors, turning the screen toward her. A man in his 60s, silver-haired, distinguished, smiled from what looked like a yacht deck. Marcus Winters. Old money, older grudges. I acquired his tech company 5 years ago after he refused a merger. He lost his legacy, his reputation, and his daughter's trust fund in the process. He spent the last 5 years trying to destroy me through proxies and shell companies. Has he succeeded? He's persistent, not effective. But he's patient. Damien switched to another photo. A younger man, handsome in a polished way, his smile sharp. Julian Vance. Former business partner, former friend. We built the foundation of Cross Industries together, then discovered he was embezzling and selling proprietary information to competitors. You prosecuted him. I destroyed him. Legally, financially, socially. Damien's voice was flat, factual. He served 18 months for fraud. When he was released, he made threats. Nothing actionable, but credible enough that I maintained security. Elena studied the photos, memorizing faces. Why are you telling me this? The contract didn't require threat briefings. Because you asked. And because... He paused, something crossing his face too quickly to identify. Because I'd rather you understand than fear blindly. You're practical, Elena. You assess risks and make calculated decisions. I'm giving you data to calculate with. It was, in its own twisted way, a compliment. Or perhaps just pragmatism. A tool providing information to another tool. She stood, walking to the windows. From here, the city looked like a circuit board, lights and connections sprawling in patterns that suggested order. What happened to your former fiancé? The silence behind her stretched. When Damien finally spoke, his voice had changed. Lower, harder. That's not relevant. You know everything about me, including what bourbon I drink when I'm stressed. I think your romantic history is relevant. She turned to face him. The contract mentioned you'd been engaged before. What happened? His jaw tightened. She chose someone else. Someone safer, more conventional. Someone who didn't work 80-hour weeks or make enemies as a business model. Someone like Julian Vance. His expression went cold. You have been doing research. I Googled you. The engagement announcement was in the Times. So was the cancellation 6 months later. Same week you filed charges against your partner. She moved closer to his desk. She left you for him, didn't she? Ancient history. Is it? Elena leaned against the desk's edge, mirroring his earlier posture. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've constructed your entire life to avoid vulnerability. Contracts instead of relationships. Surveillance instead of trust. Control instead of connection. Careful, Elena. His voice dropped to a warning register. You're not my therapist. No, I'm your wife. Or will be. And if we're going to survive 2 years of this arrangement, we need ground rules beyond your contract. She held his gaze, refusing to back down. You want me to play the devoted spouse in public. Fine. But in private we're honest. No games, no manipulation, no pretending this is anything other than what it is. A mutually beneficial transaction. Damien stood slowly, moving around the desk until only inches separated them. Up close, she could see the gray in his eyes wasn't uniform. Flecks of darker charcoal near the pupils, lighter silver at the edges. Could smell his cologne, something woody and expensive. Could feel the heat radiating from his body, at odds with his cold demeanor. You want honesty. His voice was soft, dangerous. Here's honesty. I chose you because you're strong enough to handle me and desperate enough to stay. Because you understand transactions and won't confuse this arrangement with romance. Because you're beautiful enough to be convincing but practical enough not to expect love. Each word landed like a stone. Elena forced herself not to flinch, not to give him the satisfaction. And here's my honesty, she said quietly. I agreed because I'm practical, not desperate. Because 2 years of discomfort is worth preserving my mother's memory. Because I can survive anything temporary, including you. She pushed away from the desk, putting distance between them. But don't mistake my cooperation for weakness, Damien. I'm not a possession you've acquired. I'm a person you've contracted. There's a difference. For a long moment, He simply looked at her. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. A real smile, not the corporate mask he'd worn at the gala. "Yes," he said. "There is." He walked past her to the office door, opening it. "Dinner's at 8. Claire's prepared something, or we can order in if you prefer. Your choice." The small concession felt like victory. Elena nodded. "Here is fine. I'm not ready for restaurants and photographers yet." "Understood." He paused in the doorway. "Elena. The flowers. I didn't know about your mother. I chose peonies because they suited the room's aesthetic. The fact that they're your favorite is coincidence." He left before she could respond, his footsteps fading down the hallway. Elena stood in his office, surrounded by his monitors and papers and the lingering scent of his cologne, trying to decide if she believed him. The bourbon sat on his desk, her lipstick a faint mark on the rim. She picked it up and finished it in one burning swallow. Outside, Manhattan glittered in the gathering dark, a city of beautiful lies and calculated risks. She'd just taken the biggest risk of her life. The question was whether she'd calculated correctly. Chapter 3: The Wedding. The courthouse steps were a gauntlet of camera flashes and shouted questions. Elena kept her face composed, her hand steady in Damien's as they climbed toward the entrance. The dress she wore, a simple ivory sheath knee-length, elegant without being bridal, had appeared in her closet that morning with a note. "Photographs last forever. Trust me on this, E." She'd considered wearing one of her own dresses out of spite. But when she'd slipped into the ivory silk, felt the perfect drape of fabric that probably cost more than her first car, she'd understood his point. This wasn't about her taste or his control. It was about crafting an image that would follow them for years. Still, she'd paired it with her mother's pearl earrings. A small rebellion, a talisman. "Ms. Morgan, is this a love match or a business arrangement?" "Mr. Cross, why the rush to marry?" "Elena, did you know about the Morgan Holdings acquisition before the engagement?" Damien's hand tightened fractionally on hers, a warning or reassurance she couldn't tell. His expression remained impassive, the public mask firmly in place. He'd worn a charcoal suit, no tie, the top button of his white shirt undone. Somehow he made a civil ceremony look like a Forbes cover shoot. "We're very happy," Elena heard herself say, the lie smooth as glass. "Thank you for your interest." Inside, the courthouse was blessedly quiet. Their footsteps echoed on marble floors as they followed a clerk toward the chambers. Elena's father waited near the entrance to the judge's office, looking diminished in his navy suit. He'd aged a decade in the 2 weeks since his midnight call, new lines bracketing his mouth, gray threading his temples more prominently. "Elena." He moved toward her, then stopped, uncertain of his welcome. She released Damien's hand and closed the distance, embracing her father briefly. He smelled like his office, leather and old paper and the scotch he pretended he didn't drink before noon. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly. "I wouldn't miss it." His voice cracked. "Even if I wished the circumstances were different." "Mr. Morgan." Damien extended his hand, the gesture coolly professional. "I appreciate you serving as witness." Her father's handshake was brief. "I appreciate you honoring our agreement." The subtext was clear. "I'm giving you my daughter. Don't make me regret it." Damien's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Acknowledgement, perhaps, or warning. "Shall we?" The ceremony took 11 minutes. Judge Patricia Reeves, a woman in her 60s with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, conducted the proceedings with efficient warmth. She spoke about partnership and respect, about choosing each other daily, about marriage as a journey rather than a destination. Elena barely heard it. She was too focused on Damien's hand holding hers, on the weight of the moment, on the surreal reality that she was marrying a man she'd known for 2 weeks. A man who'd researched her bourbon preferences and violated her privacy and sent her peonies that might have been coincidence. "Do you, Damien Alexander Cross, take Elena Catherine Morgan to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do." His voice was steady, certain. His eyes held hers with an intensity that made her breath catch. "And do you, Elena Catherine Morgan, take Damien Alexander Cross to be your lawfully wedded husband?" The pause was barely perceptible. A fraction of a second where she could still walk away, still choose differently, still preserve the life she'd built alone. Then she thought of her mother's portrait, of the foundation bearing her name, of the scholarship students who'd benefit from the programs Richard Morgan's company funded. She thought of her business, of the security Damien's resources could provide, of the 2 years that would pass whether she spent them married or not. "I do." The rings were simple platinum bands. His choice, she assumed, since she hadn't been consulted. When Damien slid hers onto her finger, it settled above the engagement ring with a soft click, like a lock engaging. "By the power vested in me by the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife." Judge Reeves smiled. "You may kiss your bride." Damien's hand cupped her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. The gesture was gentle, at odds with everything she knew about him. Then he leaned in, and his mouth found hers. The kiss was different from the one at the gala. Longer, deeper, edged with something that felt almost like hunger. His other hand settled at her waist, pulling her closer, and for a moment Elena forgot the audience, forgot the contract, forgot everything except the heat of his mouth and the surprising softness of his lips. When he pulled back, his eyes were dark, pupils dilated. "Mrs. Cross," he murmured, too low for anyone else to hear. The name landed like a brand. Her father embraced her on the courthouse steps, whispering apologies she couldn't quite parse over the roar of blood in her ears. Judge Reeves wished them well. The clerk handed them a marriage certificate that made everything legal, binding, real. Then they were in Damien's car, a black Mercedes with privacy glass and leather seats that smelled like money, pulling away from the courthouse while cameras tracked their departure. "The reception is at the Core Club," Damien said, his tone businesslike, as if they hadn't just legally bound their lives together. "Intimate gathering, 50 guests. Mostly my business associates and their spouses. Your father will attend briefly, then excuse himself. We'll stay for 2 hours, then leave for the penthouse." "You planned a reception without telling me?" "I told you yesterday. You were reviewing fabric samples and said, 'Fine' to everything I mentioned." Elena closed her eyes, remembering. She'd been distracted, overwhelmed by the speed of everything, and he'd taken advantage of her distraction to finalize details without her input. "That's not informed consent, Damien. It's efficient delegation." He glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "You can't control everything, Elena. Sometimes you have to trust other people to execute. Trust requires earning. Then consider this an opportunity for me to earn it." His hand found hers on the seat between them, his fingers threading through hers. The gesture was casual, almost absent, as if he touched her without thinking. "The reception will be perfect. I promise." She should pull her hand away. Establish boundaries, maintain distance. Remember this was a transaction. But his palm was warm against hers, and her nerves were frayed, and sometimes small comforts mattered more than principles. 2 hours, she said. "Then I'm done performing for the day." "Agreed." The Core Club occupied the top floors of a midtown tower, its understated elegance a sharp contrast to the plaza's gilded excess. Damien had reserved the entire penthouse level, floor-to-ceiling windows offering 360 views of Manhattan, modern art on the walls, furniture arranged in intimate clusters that encouraged conversation. And everywhere people. Beautiful people in expensive clothes, holding champagne flutes, turning as Elena and Damien entered. The room's energy shifted, conversations pausing mid-sentence, all eyes tracking their arrival. "Smile," Damien murmured against her ear, his hand settling at the small of her back. "You're radiant and happy. We're celebrating our love." Elena's smile felt like cracking glass, but she held it as they moved through the room. Names and faces blurred together. Board members, investors, society wives who assessed her with surgical precision. Everyone wanted a moment with Damien, a chance to congratulate the groom, to meet the woman who'd captured Manhattan's most elusive bachelor. "She's younger than I expected," Elena heard someone whisper. "Pretty though." In that understated way. "I give it 6 months." Damien's hand tightened on her waist. He'd heard too, but his expression remained pleasant. His responses to well-wishers smooth and practiced. He was performing, she realized. The perfect groom, the successful businessman, the man who had everything including a beautiful bride. The act was flawless. "Elena, darling." A woman in her 50s materialized, all sharp cheekbones and sharper eyes. "I'm Victoria Ashford. I serve on the board with Damien. Welcome to the family, so to speak." "Thank you." Elena accepted the air kiss, catching expensive perfume and the faint scent of cigarettes. "It's lovely to meet you." "Is it?" Victoria's smile didn't reach her eyes. "I imagine it's rather overwhelming, actually. Damien doesn't do anything by halves. Marriage included, apparently." "Victoria." Damien's voice held a warning edge. "Elena's had a long day. Perhaps save the interrogation for another time." "I'm not interrogating, darling. I'm welcoming." But Victoria's gaze remained fixed on Elena, assessing. "You planned the Children's Hospital Gala, didn't you? Impressive work. Though I imagine you'll be too busy now for that sort of thing." The implication was clear. Elena's career was over, subsumed by her new role as Mrs. Cross. "Actually, I'm expanding my business." Elena kept her voice pleasant, her smile steady. "Damien's been very supportive of my professional goals." "How modern of him." Victoria sipped her champagne. "Well, if you ever need guidance navigating our world, do call. It can be rather treacherous for newcomers." She drifted away, leaving Elena with the distinct impression she'd been warned. "Don't mind Victoria." Damien guided her toward the bar. "She's protective of me. And suspicious of anyone who gets close. Should I be flattered or concerned?" "Both, probably." He ordered her a champagne, himself a scotch. "She was my mentor when I started Cross Industries. Taught me everything about corporate strategy and maintaining appearances. She's brilliant and ruthless and occasionally exhausting. She thinks I'm a gold digger. She thinks everyone's a gold digger until proven otherwise. It served her well." He handed her the champagne flute, his fingers brushing hers. "You'll prove her wrong." "Will I?" His eyes held hers over the rim of his glass. "You already are. You're here, performing flawlessly, despite wanting to be anywhere else. That's not gold digging. That's honor." The compliment caught her off guard. Before she could respond, her father appeared at her elbow, looking uncomfortable in his suit. "Elena, I'm heading out. Let you two enjoy your celebration." He kissed her cheek, his lips dry against her skin. "Be happy, sweetheart. Or at least be safe." "I will be." She hugged him, feeling his fragility. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for saving us." He pulled back, his eyes damp. "Your mother would be proud of you." The words followed him out, settling like stones in Elena's chest. The next hour passed in a blur of conversations and congratulations, of performing happiness until her face ached. Damien never left her side, his presence a constant anchor. Hand at her back, arm around her waist, fingers threaded through hers. The touches were strategic, she knew, designed to sell their story. But they also steadied her, gave her something to focus on besides the scrutiny. "You're doing well," he murmured during a brief moment alone. "Another 30 minutes. I'm counting down." She finished her second champagne, the alcohol softening her edges. "Do we have to do this often?" "Events. Though not always this intense." He studied her face. "You're exhausted." "I'm fine." "You're performing fine." "There's a difference." He set down his drink. "Come with me." Before she could protest, he was guiding her through the crowd, past curious glances, toward a door marked private. It opened to a small terrace, blessedly empty, The city spread below them. Elena breathed in the cool evening air, her shoulders dropping as the performance fell away. "Thank you. You looked like you needed escape." Damien leaned against the railing, his profile sharp against the skyline. "I recognize the signs. Do you need escape too?" "Always." He smiled, but it was edged with something darker. "I hate these events. The performance, the small talk, the constant assessment. But they're necessary. Part of maintaining the empire. Lonely at the top. Isolated by design." He turned to face her. "I built walls intentionally, Elena. To protect what I've created. To prevent anyone from getting close enough to damage it. Or me." The admission was unexpected, vulnerable in a way she hadn't anticipated. Elena moved to stand beside him, their shoulders almost touching. "Your ex-fiancé. She hurt you that badly?" His jaw tightened. "She showed me that trust is a liability, that love makes you weak, that the only reliable thing is control. That's a bleak worldview. It's a realistic one." He looked at her, his eyes reflecting the city lights. "You understand that, I think. You've built your own walls. Your business, your independence, your careful distance from your family. You protect yourself too." He wasn't wrong. Elena had spent a decade constructing boundaries, proving she didn't need anyone, that she could succeed alone. The realization that she and Damien were similar, both isolated, both armored, both terrified of vulnerability, should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like looking in a mirror and seeing a future she didn't want. "Maybe walls aren't the answer," she said quietly. "Then what is?" She didn't have an answer. Before she could attempt one, the terrace door opened. A man in his 30s stepped out, handsome in a polished way. His smile sharp and familiar from the photo in Damien's office. Julian Vance. Damien's entire body went rigid. "You're not welcome here." "Relax, Cross. I'm not crashing your wedding. I work for Ashford now. She invited me as her plus one." Julian's gaze slid to Elena, assessing. "Though I had to meet the woman brave enough to marry you. Or desperate enough. Leave." Damien's voice was flat, dangerous. "Now." In a moment. Julian moved closer, his cologne expensive, his suit tailored. "Elena, is it? I'm Julian Vance. Damien's former partner. Former friend. Former human being, according to him. I know who you are." Elena kept her voice steady, though her pulse hammered. "And I think you should respect his request." "Should I?" Julian's smile widened. "That's sweet. You're protective of him already. Give it time, you'll learn what he's really like. How he uses people, discards them when they're no longer useful. How he destroys anyone who threatens his control." Damien moved between them, his posture aggressive. "You have 30 seconds to walk away before I have security remove you." Always so dramatic. But Julian stepped back, hands raised in mock surrender. "I'm going. Just wanted to offer my congratulations. And a warning." His eyes found Elena's over Damien's shoulder. "He destroys everything he touches, Elena. Everyone. Ask him about Sophia sometime. Ask him what happened to the last woman who loved him." Then he was gone, disappearing through the terrace door, leaving silence in his wake. Elena's hands were shaking. She pressed them against the railing, the metal cold and solid. "Who's Sophia?" "No one." Damien's voice was rough. "Ancient history. That's what you said about your ex-fiancé." "But Julian Julian is a liar and a criminal who's trying to manipulate you." Damien turned to face her. His expression shuttered. Whatever he implied, whatever seeds he tried to plant, ignore them. "He wants to hurt me, and the easiest way to do that now is through you. Then tell me the truth. Let me decide what to believe." For a long moment, he simply looked at her. Then he pulled something from his pocket. A small envelope, cream-colored, her name written across it in unfamiliar handwriting. "This was delivered to the club's front desk an hour ago. Addressed to you." Elena took it with numb fingers. The envelope was thick, expensive. She opened it carefully, extracting a single card. He destroys everything he touches. Get out while you still can. Friend. The terrace tilted. Elena gripped the railing, her champagne threatening to resurface. Who sent this? I don't know. Yet. Damien's hand settled on her shoulder, steadying. But I will find out. And I will handle it. Handle it how? However necessary. The cold certainty in his voice should have frightened her. Instead, Elena felt something else. A strange comfort in his absolute conviction, in knowing he would protect her even if his methods were questionable. We should go back inside, she said. People will notice we're gone. Let them notice. But he guided her toward the door anyway, his hand at her back. Are you all right? No. The honesty surprised her. But I will be. They re-entered the reception to curious glances and knowing smiles. The party continued around them. Laughter, champagne, the performance of celebration. Elena moved through it mechanically, her smile automatic, her responses practiced. But her mind was elsewhere, turning over Julian's warning, the anonymous note, the name Sophia that Damien wouldn't explain. Finally, mercifully, the 2 hours ended. Damien made their excuses with smooth efficiency, thanking hosts and guests, promising future dinners and connections. Then they were in his car again, the city sliding past the windows, heading toward the penthouse that was now her home. I'm sorry about Julian, Damien said into the silence. And the note. I didn't anticipate either. You can't control everything. No. But I can try. He looked at her, his expression softer than she'd seen it. You handled it well. Better than I expected. I'm good at performing. It's more than that. You're strong, Elena. Stronger than you give yourself credit for. The compliment settled warm in her chest. She turned to look out the window, watching Manhattan blur past. Tell me about Sophia. Elena, please. If we're going to make this work, I need to understand what I'm walking into. Who I'm married to. The silence stretched long enough that she thought he wouldn't answer. Sophia was my sister. Elena's breath caught. Was. She died 6 years ago. Overdose. His voice was flat, emotionless. She struggled with addiction for years. I tried everything, rehab, therapy, interventions. Nothing worked. Julian knew this. He used it against me when we were partners, threatened to leak information about her to the press if I didn't agree to certain deals. That's why you destroyed him. That's why I made sure he could never hurt anyone I cared about again. Damien's hands tightened on his knees. Julian's warning wasn't wrong. I do destroy things. People. When they threaten what's mine. It's a flaw I've stopped trying to fix. Elena absorbed this, the pieces clicking into place. The control, the surveillance, the obsessive protection. All of it rooted in loss, in the inability to save someone he loved. I'm sorry about your sister. Don't be. She made her choices. I made mine. He looked at her, his eyes dark in the car's dim interior. But you should know what you've married into, Elena. I'm not a good man. I'm a ruthless one. The only reason I haven't destroyed your father's company completely is because you agreed to this arrangement. The only reason I'm capable of any restraint is because it serves my interests. I don't believe that. You should. The peonies, she said. You claimed they were coincidence. But you knew they were my mother's favorite, didn't you? You researched it, chose them deliberately, then lied about it to seem less calculating. His expression shifted. Surprise, then something that might have been respect. You're perceptive. I'm practical. And I'm learning to read you. She held his gaze. You're not as ruthless as you pretend, Damien. Or you are, but it's armor. Protection. The same walls I've built, just constructed from different materials. Careful, Elena. You're starting to sound like you care. I'm starting to understand. There's a difference. The car pulled up to his building. They're building now. The doorman opened Elena's door. offering his hand, welcoming her home with professional warmth. The elevator ride was silent. They stood on opposite sides of the car, watching the numbers climb, the weight of the day settling between them. When the doors opened to the penthouse, Damien gestured for her to enter first. "Welcome home, Mrs. Cross." The title still felt foreign, borrowed. Elena stepped into the vast living space, now dark except for the city lights filtering through the windows. It looked different at night, less sterile, more intimate, the shadows softening its sharp edges. "I should change," she said, suddenly exhausted. "It's been a long day." "Elena." Damien's voice stopped her at the hallway entrance. "Thank you. For today. For handling Julian and Victoria and all of it. You were remarkable." The compliment warmed her more than it should. "You're welcome." She walked to her room, closing the door behind her, leaning against it as the performance finally, fully fell away. Her dress whispered as she unzipped it, stepping out of the silk puddle. She removed her mother's earrings carefully, setting them on the dresser like talismans. In the mirror she looked different. Same face, same body, but something had shifted. The rings on her finger caught the light. Engagement diamond, wedding band, symbols of a marriage that was contract and performance and something she couldn't quite name. She changed into pajamas, washed her face, tried to process the surreal reality that she was married, that her life had been permanently altered, that the man down the hall was now legally bound to her. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. "Come in." Damien stood in the doorway, still in his dress shirt and pants, his jacket and tie discarded. He held a small gift box, wrapped in silver paper. "I forgot to give you this earlier." He stepped inside, offering the box. "Wedding gift." Elena took it carefully, surprised by its weight. She unwrapped it slowly, revealing a velvet jewelry case. Inside, nestled in silk, was a delicate platinum bracelet. But it wasn't the jewelry that made her breath catch. It was the charm attached to it. A small peony, rendered in white enamel and diamonds, perfect in every detail. "Damien." "I lied about the flowers," he said quietly. "I knew they were your favorite." "I knew why. I chose them deliberately because I wanted you to feel less displaced. Less like this was entirely foreign territory." He moved closer. "I'm not good at comfort, Elena. But I'm trying." She looked up at him, this complicated man who destroyed his enemies and researched flower preferences, who built walls and occasionally let her glimpse what lay behind them. "Help me put it on." He took the bracelet with careful fingers, fastening it around her wrist. His touch lingered, thumb brushing her pulse point, and for a moment they stood frozen, married strangers in a bedroom, the city glittering beyond the windows, the future uncertain and terrifying and somehow, impossibly, tinged with something that might eventually become hope. "Good night, Elena." His voice was rough. "Good night." He walked to the door, paused with his hand on the frame. "If you need anything, I know where to find you." He nodded and left, pulling the door closed behind him with a soft click. Elena touched the peony charm, feeling its delicate weight. Across the penthouse, she heard Damien's door close, the sound of water running, the small domestic noises of a man preparing for bed. Her husband, for 2 years minimum, possibly longer, bound by contract and circumstance, and the strange understanding that had begun developing between them. She climbed into bed, the sheets cool and expensive against her skin. Sleep felt impossible, but exhaustion pulled her under anyway. Her last conscious thought of Damien's hand at her back, steadying her through the performance. And the anonymous note, still in her purse, its warning echoing. "He destroys everything he touches." But what, Elena wondered as she drifted off, if she was strong enough not to break. Chapter 4. The Unraveling. Elena's phone alarm shattered the silence at 6 a.m., 3 days into her marriage. She silenced it quickly, disoriented by the unfamiliar ceiling, the 2 soft sheets, the absence of traffic noise from the street below. Brooklyn Heights felt like another lifetime, though her apartment still held her furniture, her books, the life she'd pause rather than abandoned. The penthouse was silent. She'd learned Damien's patterns. He woke at 5, worked out in the building's gym, returned to shower and dress before leaving for the office by 7:30. They existed in careful orbits, planets that shared space without colliding. Except at night, when she'd hear him moving through the living room at odd hours, footsteps restless on marble floors. Insomnia, she'd realized. The Ice King didn't sleep any better than she did. Elena dressed quickly. Jeans, cashmere sweater, her own clothes like armor against the designer pieces still hanging untouched in her closet. She had a client meeting at 9, a venue walkthrough at 11, and a tasting appointment at 2. Her business hadn't stopped because she'd acquired a husband. The kitchen smelled like coffee. She found a fresh pot waiting, still warm, a note propped against her favorite mug, the one she'd brought from Brooklyn, ceramic and chipped and utterly out of place among the penthouse's sleek minimalism. Morning meeting ran late. Back by 8 tonight. Dinner reservations at 9. Marcus Winters and wife. Wear the black dress. E. Elena crumpled the note, irritation flaring hot. He'd made plans without consulting her again, scheduled her like an appointment, assumed her compliance. She pulled out her phone, typed quickly. I have client obligations tonight. Cancel or reschedule. His response came within seconds. This is a client obligation. Winters is considering investment in Cross Industries. Your presence is contractually required. My contract specifies reasonable notice for social obligations. 6 hours isn't reasonable. Read Clause 7.3. Business dinners require 24 hours notice. I texted you yesterday at 3 p.m. Elena scrolled through her messages. There it was, buried between vendor confirmations and client responses. Dinner tomorrow with Winters. Important. Details to follow. She'd been in the middle of a crisis, a florist cancellation 2 weeks before a major wedding, and had apparently replied fine without processing the actual content. Damien's next text arrived. You agreed. I'm holding you to it. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, fury and frustration warring with the knowledge that he was technically correct. She had agreed, however, inadvertently. And backing out now would violate the contract she'd signed, give him grounds to renegotiate terms. Fine. But we're discussing your definition of reasonable when you get home. Looking forward to it. The response felt almost playful, which somehow made it worse. Elena poured coffee with more force than necessary, the liquid sloshing against ceramic. 3 days married, and they were already fighting via text message about calendar management. This was her life now. Contractual obligations and designer dresses and dinners with men who'd threatened her husband's empire. Marcus Winters. The name from Damien's threat briefing. The silver-haired man on the yacht who'd spent 5 years plotting revenge. And Damien wanted her to smile and perform and help convince this enemy to invest in Cross Industries. The audacity was almost impressive. Her phone buzzed again. Not Damien this time. Sarah, her assistant, with a crisis of her own. Vanderbilt wedding venue flooded. Burst pipe. Need immediate backup location for 200 guests in 3 weeks. Elena's coffee went cold as she shifted into problem-solving mode, texting contacts, calling in favors. Her own frustrations shelved in favor of client emergencies. This was what she was good at. Fixing disasters, finding solutions, maintaining grace under pressure. By the time she left for her morning meeting, she'd secured 2 potential backup venues and forgotten to eat breakfast. The day blurred past in its familiar rhythm. Client consultations, vendor negotiations, the endless logistics of other people's perfect days. Elena thrived in the chaos, her mind sharp and focused. Her reputation built on the ability to execute flawless events under impossible conditions. But today, distraction crept in at odd moments. The weight of her wedding rings. The driver Damien had insisted on assigning her. A silent man named Marcus who waited outside each appointment, a constant reminder of surveillance and protection. The text from an unknown number that arrived at 2 p.m. How's married life? Still think you made the right choice? A concerned friend. Elena deleted it without responding. But her hands shook as she selected linens for the Vanderbilt wedding, as she tasted 4 varieties of salmon for a corporate gala, as she smiled and performed competence while her new reality pressed against her carefully maintained composure. At 6 p.m., she returned to the penthouse to find Damien already there, unusual for a weeknight. He stood in the living room, phone pressed to his ear, his free hand gesturing sharply as he spoke in rapid-fire Mandarin. He'd shed his jacket, rolled his shirt sleeves, loosened his tie. Small concessions to comfort that made him look almost human. He glanced up as she entered, his expression softening fractionally before returning to business neutrality. He held up one finger, 1 minute, then turned back to the windows, continuing his conversation. Elena used the time to retreat to her room, to shed the day's armor and face the evening's performance. The black dress hung in her closet exactly where Damien had said it would be. Valentino, she noted from the label, simple and devastating, the kind of dress that cost more than most people's monthly rent. She showered quickly, letting hot water ease the tension from her shoulders. Through the bathroom door, she heard Damien's voice rise, sharp with anger, then drop to something quieter, more controlled. A negotiation going poorly, perhaps. Or well, she couldn't tell the difference yet. When she emerged, wrapped in a towel, she found him standing in her bedroom doorway. Jesus! She clutched the towel tighter. You can't just walk in here. I knocked. You didn't answer. His eyes traveled over her, clinical rather than appreciative, assessing rather than admiring. We need to leave in 40 minutes. Can you be ready? I would have been ready with more notice. You had 27 hours notice. You chose not to process it. He moved into the room, his presence filling the space. Elena, I understand you're angry about the scheduling. But tonight is important. Winters is considering a significant investment that would give us leverage against his proxy attacks. I need you focused. I'm always focused. You're distracted. You've been checking your phone compulsively since you arrived home. You deleted a text message within seconds of receiving it, which suggests threatening content. And you're holding that towel like it's a shield. He moved closer, his voice gentling. What's wrong? The observation was too accurate, too perceptive. Elena turned away, moving to her closet. Nothing I can't handle. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. She pulled the Valentino from its hanger, the fabric whispering against her skin. Now get out so I can dress. Unless watching me change is also in the contract. Clause 9.2 specifies separate bedrooms and privacy expectations. But he didn't move immediately. Elena, if someone's threatening you, I said I can handle it. She met his eyes in the mirror, her reflection fractured by the closet's lighting. You handle your enemies, I'll handle mine. Something crossed his face. Hurt, maybe, or frustration. Then his mask slipped back into place. 35 minutes. I'll wait in the living room. He left, pulling the door closed with careful precision. Elena dressed mechanically, her hands steadier than her thoughts. The anonymous texts, Julian's warning, the constant weight of performance. It was accumulating, pressing against her composure. She'd built her business on the ability to manage chaos, but this was different. This was her life, not a client's event. The stakes were higher, the failures more permanent. The Valentino fit perfectly, of course. Damien's attention to detail extended to her measurements, her coloring, the exact style that would photograph well while making her feel powerful. She paired it with simple jewelry, her mother's pearls, the platinum bracelet Damien had given her, and minimal makeup. In the mirror, she looked like Mrs. Damien Cross. Polished, elegant, the perfect accessory for a billionaire's ambitions. She hated how well she wore the role. Damien was on his phone again when she emerged, but he ended the call immediately. His gaze traveled over her, slower this time, something flickering in his expression that might have been appreciation. You look beautiful. The compliment landed unexpectedly. Thank you. I mean it. He moved closer, adjusting her necklace clasp with gentle fingers. You wear armor well. Most people look diminished by expensive clothes. You look fortified. Is that a compliment or an observation? Both. His hands settled on her shoulders, turning her to face him. I need you to understand something about tonight. Marcus Winters is dangerous. Not physically, he's too civilized for that. But he's spent 5 years learning how to hurt me, and the most effective way to do that now is through you. So I'm bait. Your protection. His grip tightened fractionally. He'll try to charm you to find weaknesses he can exploit later. He'll ask about our relationship, our marriage, whether you're happy. Everything you say will be analyzed, weaponized, used against us. Then maybe you should have married someone more experienced at corporate warfare. I married someone smart enough to learn quickly. He released her, stepping back. Just follow my lead. Agree with everything I say. Smile, be gracious, and don't let him see uncertainty. Can you do that? Elena thought of the hundreds of difficult clients she'd managed, the bridezillous and demanding executives and society matrons who'd tested her composure. I've been performing my entire life, Damien. One more audience won't break me. Good. He offered his arm, the gesture formal. Then let's go convince the enemy to fund his own defeat. Lou Bernardine was hushed elegance, Michelin-starred precision. The kind of restaurant where conversations were conducted in low tones and power was the unspoken currency. The maitre d' greeted Damien by name, leading them to a corner table with sight lines to the entire dining room. Marcus Winters was already seated, his silver hair immaculate, his smile warm and practiced. The woman beside him, his wife presumably, looked to be in her early 50s, beautiful in the way that required significant maintenance, her jewelry understated but unmistakably expensive. Damien. Marcus stood, extending his hand. Thank you for making time. I know your schedule is demanding. Marcus. Damien's handshake was brief, professional. May I introduce my wife, Elena? Elena, Marcus Winters, and his wife, Catherine. The name struck like a fist. Her mother's name, a coincidence that felt deliberate. Elena forced her smile to hold as she shook hands, as she murmured pleasantries, as she took her seat beside Damien. Elena. Catherine's voice was cultured, warm. I've heard wonderful things about your event planning business. The Children's Hospital Gala was spectacular. Thank you. It was a meaningful project. I'm sure it was. Marcus signaled the waiter, ordering wine without consulting the table. Though I imagine you'll have less time for such projects now. Marriage to Damien must be consuming. The word choice was deliberate. Elena felt Damien tense beside her, his hand finding hers under the table, a warning or reassurance she couldn't tell. I'm fortunate to have a husband who supports my professional goals, Elena said smoothly. Damien's been instrumental in helping me expand Morgan Collective's reach. How modern. Marcus's smile didn't reach his eyes. When my daughter was your age, she was building a career too. Tech sector, brilliant mind. Then Damien acquired her company and dismantled it for parts. She never quite recovered professionally. The room temperature dropped. Damien's hand tightened on Elena's, his thumb pressing against her racing pulse. That acquisition was a business decision, Damien said, his voice level. Your daughter's company was hemorrhaging money due to mismanagement. I offered fair value and retained most of the staff. Except her. You fired her immediately. Marcus leaned back as wine arrived, swirling his glass. But I didn't come here to rehash old grievances. I came to discuss the future. Your proposal for the infrastructure fund is intriguing. The conversation shifted to business, investment terms, projected returns, market analyses that went over Elena's head. She sipped her wine, smiled at appropriate moments, played her role with practiced ease. But Catherine Winters was watching her with unsettling focus. You must tell me, Catherine said during a lull in the men's discussion, how you and Damien met. The engagement was so sudden. Rather romantic, actually. We met at a charity event, Elena said, the lie smooth as silk. Sometimes you just know. Do you? Catherine's smile was knowing. I've been married to Marcus for 30 years. I'm still not sure I know anything about him. Men like them, she gestured to their husbands. They're fundamentally unknowable. All that ambition, all that drive. It leaves little room for softer emotions. Catherine, Marcus warned. I'm simply making conversation, darling. But her eyes remained on Elena. Tell me, dear. Do you love him? The question hung in the air, sharp and unavoidable. Elena felt Damien go still beside her, felt the weight of Marcus's attention shift to her face, felt the moment crystallize into a test she hadn't anticipated. She thought of the contract, of the performance, of the careful distance they maintained. She thought of Damien's hand at her back, steadying her through the wedding reception. Of peonies and platinum bracelets and small kindnesses wrapped in calculation. Yes, she heard herself say. I love him. Damien's hand tightened on hers, his thumb stroking once across her knuckles. Acknowledgement or warning, she couldn't tell. Catherine smiled. How lovely. I hope it lasts. The rest of dinner passed in a blur of courses and conversation, of business negotiations and social pleasantries. Elena performed flawlessly, laughing at appropriate moments, asking intelligent questions, playing the role of supportive wife with practiced ease. But her declaration echoed in her mind, the lie that had felt too much like truth, the words that had come too easily. Finally, mercifully, Marcus signaled for the check. I'll have my team review the proposal details. Expect a response within the week. I appreciate your consideration. Damien stood, helping Elena from her chair with automatic courtesy. Thank you for a productive evening. Outside, the night air was cool against Elena's flushed skin. Damien's car waited at the curb, Marcus holding the door open. They slid inside, the privacy glass rising, sealing them in silence. You did well, Damien said after several blocks. Better than well. You were perfect. I lied to his wife about loving you. You sold our narrative. That's what matters. He loosened his tie, exhaustion showing in the gesture. Marcus will invest. I'm certain of it. Your performance tonight convinced him we're legitimate, that you're not a strategic acquisition but a genuine relationship. That makes me less predictable, harder to manipulate. So my lie served your purposes. Our purposes. This benefits both of us, Elena. The stronger our public image, the more freedom we'll both have eventually. He looked at her, his expression unreadable in the dim interior. Why did you say it? You could have deflected, changed the subject. Instead you made a declaration. She put me on the spot. I responded instinctively. Instinct told you to lie about loving me. His voice was soft, dangerous. Or was it something else? Elena's pulse hammered. What else would it be? You tell me. The car pulled up to their building before she could formulate a response. They rode the elevator in silence, the tension thick enough to taste. Elena's skin felt too tight, her breath shallow, her mind spinning with the evening's revelations and the question Damien hadn't quite asked. Inside the penthouse, she headed immediately for her room. I'm exhausted. Good night. Elena. His voice stopped her at the hallway entrance. We're not done discussing this. There's nothing to discuss. Played my role. You got what you wanted. That's the arrangement. The arrangement doesn't include you receiving threatening texts that you won't tell me about. He moved closer, his presence overwhelming in the dim space. I saw your face when you checked your phone earlier. Someone's harassing you, and you're handling it alone because you don't trust me to help. I don't trust you not to overreact. Overreact. His laugh was sharp. Elena, you're my wife. You're under my protection whether you want it or not. If someone's threatening you, then I'll handle it. Like I handle everything else in my life. She turned to face him fully, anger finally breaking through her composure. You don't get to control this, Damien. You don't get to manage every aspect of my existence just because we signed a contract. Some things are mine to deal with. Not when they put you at risk. Everything puts me at risk now. Marrying you made me a target. Living here, wearing your ring, performing this charade. It all makes me vulnerable. You can't protect me from consequences you created. The words landed hard. Damien's expression shifted, something raw flickering beneath his mask. You're right. I made you a target. Which is exactly why I need to protect you from the fallout. I don't want protection. I want partnership. Elena's voice cracked. I want you to ask instead of command. To consult instead of schedule. To treat me like an equal instead of an acquisition you need to manage. I don't know how to do that. The admission was quiet, honest, devastating. Damien ran a hand through his hair, the gesture uncharacteristically uncertain. I've spent 15 years building an empire through control. Through anticipating every variable, managing every risk, eliminating uncertainty before it becomes threat. I don't know how to be married, Elena. I don't know how to share power or trust someone else's judgment or let go of control long enough for partnership. Elena's anger dissolved into something more complicated. Empathy mixed with frustration, understanding layered over resentment. Then we're both learning. Because I don't know how to be married either. I don't know how to let someone in or accept help or trust that protection isn't the same as possession. They stood in the dim hallway, two people bound by contract and circumstance, both armored, both uncertain, both terrified of the vulnerability that partnership required. Show me the texts, Damien said finally. Please. The please made the difference. Elena pulled out her phone, navigating to her deleted messages, recovering the anonymous threats. She handed him the device, watching his face darken as he read. How many? 4. Since the wedding. And you didn't think I should know? I thought you'd overreact. Lock me in this tower, assign more security, treat me like I'm made of glass. She took back her phone. I'm not fragile, Damien. I'm angry. And I want to handle this myself. By ignoring threats. By not letting them control me. She met his eyes. Whoever's sending these wants me scared, wants me to run, wants me to doubt this arrangement. I won't give them that satisfaction. Something shifted in his expression. Respect, maybe, or recognition. You're braver than I gave you credit for. I'm practical. Fear is useless unless it motivates action. Then let's take action together. He gestured toward his office. Give me 10 minutes. I can trace these messages, identify the sender, and we can decide together how to respond. The offer was reasonable, the together significant. Elena nodded, following him to his office, watching as he settled behind his desk and began typing with focused intensity. The messages are routed through VPN servers, he said after several minutes. Professional setup designed to mask origin. But there's always a trail if you know where to look. Elena perched on the edge of his desk, watching code scroll across his monitors. You're good at this. I built a tech company. Cybersecurity was foundational. His fingers flew across the keyboard, commands executing with practiced efficiency. There. The messages originated from a cafe in Tribeca. Same location for all 4 texts, sent during business hours. Can you identify the sender? Not without accessing the cafe's security footage, which requires either a warrant or creative persuasion. He looked up at her. But I know someone who specializes in creative persuasion. Give me 24 hours. And then what? Then we decide together. No overreaction, no unilateral action. Partnership. He held her gaze. I'm trying, Elena. To do this differently. To include you instead of managing you. It's not natural for me, but I'm trying. The vulnerability in his voice caught her off guard. This man who commanded billions, who destroyed enemies without hesitation, who built walls so high they blocked out light. He was trying to let her in. I know, she said softly. I see it. The flowers, the bracelet, asking instead of commanding. I see you trying. Is it enough? The question hung between them, weighted with implications neither was ready to unpack. Elena reached out, her hand settling over his on the desk, feeling the warmth of his skin, the strength in his fingers. It's a start. His hand turned beneath hers, threading their fingers together. They sat like that for a long moment, connected in the dim office, the city glittering beyond the windows, the future uncertain but somehow less terrifying than before. Then Damien's phone buzzed, shattering the moment. He glanced at the screen, his expression darkening. What is it? Security alert. Someone tried to access the building's service entrance 20 minutes ago. The system flagged them as unauthorized. He pulled up security footage on one of his monitors. The image grainy but clear enough. Elena's breath caught. The figure on screen was familiar. Tall, dark-haired. His features obscured by a baseball cap but his posture unmistakable. Julian Vance. He's escalating, Damien said, his voice cold. First the wedding, now this. He's testing our security, looking for weaknesses. Or sending a message. Either way, it ends now. He stood, pulling out his phone. I'm calling my security team. We're increasing protection protocols, adding cameras, restricting building access. Damien. Elena caught his arm. Partnership, remember. We discuss before you deploy. He looked at her, frustration and fear warring in his expression. Then slowly he lowered the phone. You're right. What do you suggest? The concession felt monumental. Elena considered their options, weighing risks against reactions. Increase security, yes, but subtly. Don't let him know he's rattled us. And we set a trap. Give him an opening he can't resist, then catch him in the act. That puts you at risk. Everything puts me at risk now. At least this way, we control the variables. She squeezed his arm. Trust me. I'm good at managing difficult situations. Damien studied her face, something like admiration flickering in his eyes. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. He smiled, a real smile, rare and transformative. Then we're even. They spent the next hour planning, strategizing, building a trap for Julian that would either end his harassment or escalate the situation beyond repair. Elena contributed ideas from her event planning experience. Timing, logistics, the psychology of anticipation. Damien added security expertise and tactical thinking. By the time they finished, it was past midnight. Elena's exhaustion had returned, but it was different now. The tiredness that came from productive collaboration rather than solo performance. Thank you, Damien said as they stood to leave his office. For trusting me with this. For letting me help. Thank you for asking permission instead of assuming control. They walked together toward their separate bedrooms, the hallway quiet except for their footsteps. At Elena's door, Damien paused. What you said at dinner. About loving me. His voice was careful, neutral. I know it was performance. But it sounded convincing. Elena's pulse kicked. I'm good at my role. Are you? He moved closer, his presence overwhelming in the narrow space. Because sometimes I can't tell where the performance ends and reality begins. Sometimes I look at you and forget this is an arrangement. Sometimes He stopped, jaw tightening, whatever confession he'd been building locked back behind his walls. Sometimes what? Elena whispered. Instead of answering, Damien cupped her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Then he leaned in, his mouth finding hers in a kiss that was nothing like their wedding performance. This was hunger, desperation. The walls cracking, the control slipping, the careful distance collapsing into heat and need and something that felt dangerously real. Elena's hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer, her back hitting the door as he pressed against her. His kiss deepened, consuming, his hands in her hair. His body a solid weight pinning her in place. Then abruptly he pulled back. They stood breathing hard, staring at each other. The air between them charged with everything they weren't saying. I'm sorry, Damien said roughly. I shouldn't have. Don't apologize. Elena's voice was unsteady. Don't make it less than what it was. What was it? She didn't have an answer. Or she did, but it terrified her too much to voice. Instead, she reached up, her fingers tracing his jaw, feeling the tension there, the restraint costing him. Good night, Damien. Elena. Good night. She slipped into her room, closing the door before courage failed, before she did something irreversible like pulling him inside, like admitting that the line between performance and reality had blurred beyond recognition. Behind the door, she heard him stand there for a long moment. Then his footsteps retreated. His own door closing with a soft click. Elena leaned against the door, her fingers touching her lips, tasting him still. The bracelet on her wrist caught the light, the peony charm delicate and perfect, a gift that had been calculation and kindness in equal measure. Like everything about Damien Cross. Like everything about this marriage that was supposed to be simple transaction but was becoming something far more complicated. Her phone buzzed. Another anonymous text. Tick-tock, Elena. How long before he destroys you two? She deleted it without responding, her hands steady now, her resolve hardening. Let them threaten. Let them warn. She wasn't running. She was learning to fight back. Chapter 5, The Breaking Point. The surveillance footage arrived at 6 a.m., delivered via encrypted email to Damien's secure server. Elena stood behind his chair in the home office, coffee cooling in her hand, watching grainy black and white images flicker across the monitor. The Tribeca Cafe, timestamp from 3 days ago. A figure in a dark hoodie, face angled away from cameras with practiced precision, hunched over a laptop for exactly 7 minutes before disappearing into the morning crowd. There. Damien froze the frame, enhancing the image. A sliver of profile emerged. Sharp jaw, the suggestion of a scar along the cheekbone. That's not Julian. Elena's stomach tightened. Then who? I don't know yet. But the scar is distinctive. I'm running it through facial recognition databases now. His fingers moved across the keyboard with controlled urgency. Whoever they are, they're professional. Look at the body language. Aware of camera placement, movements calculated to minimize exposure. So we're dealing with someone who knows what they're doing. We're dealing with someone who was hired to know what they're doing. He pulled up another window, code scrolling past. The VPN routing, the burner phone, the public location. It's textbook harassment protocol. Which means someone with resources is funding this operation. Elena set down her coffee, her hands needing something to do. She'd barely slept after last night's kiss, her mind replaying the moment in an endless loop. The heat of Damien's mouth, the desperation in his touch, the way he'd pulled back as if burned. They hadn't discussed it this morning, had maintained careful distance over breakfast, the kiss hanging between them like unfinished business. Marcus Winters has resources, she said. So does Julian. And 6 other enemies I've accumulated. Damien leaned back, frustration evident in the tension of his shoulders. The question is motive. Why threaten you specifically? Why not target me directly? Because I'm the weakness. Elena heard the bitterness in her own voice. You said it yourself. I'm the most obvious vulnerability you've acquired in a decade. Elena. It's true, isn't it? Before me you were untouchable. No family, no relationships, nothing for enemies to leverage. Now you have a wife. Someone who can be threatened, manipulated, used against you. She moved to the windows, needing distance from the surveillance footage, from Damien's too perceptive gaze. I made you vulnerable. You made me human. His chair scraped as he stood, his reflection appearing in the glass beside hers. There's a difference. Is there? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like I've compromised your carefully constructed fortress. Given your enemies an opening they didn't have before. Yes. The admission was quiet, honest. You have. But I chose that. I chose you, chose this arrangement, chose to accept the risk. That's not your burden to carry. Elena turned to face him. In the morning light, he looked different, less polished, his shirt wrinkled from yesterday, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he'd slept as poorly as she had. Human, as he'd said. Vulnerable in ways that terrified them both. What happens when they escalate beyond texts, she asked. When threatening messages become actual threats. Then I eliminate the threat. Permanently. His voice went cold, the ruthless billionaire surfacing beneath the man who'd kissed her with desperate hunger. I've done it before. I'll do it again. By eliminate, you mean? Legally, financially, socially. Whatever method proves most effective. He moved closer, his presence overwhelming in the small space. I don't make idle threats, Elena. Anyone who comes after you will learn that lesson thoroughly. The promise should have frightened her. Instead, Elena felt something else. A dark comfort in his absolute conviction, in knowing he would destroy anyone who threatened her. It was twisted, probably unhealthy, definitely complicated by the contract binding them together. But it was also real. The trap we discussed, she said. For Julian. When do we spring it? Tonight. I've arranged for him to receive information about a supposed vulnerability in our security system. A service entrance code that will be accidentally active between 9 and 10 p.m. Damien pulled out his phone, showing her a text exchange with his head of security. He won't be able to resist. And when he tries to access the building, we'll have him on camera, trespassing with clear intent. Then what? Then I file charges. Restraining order at minimum, criminal trespass charges if the prosecutor agrees. Either way, Julian learns that harassing us has consequences. His jaw tightened. And anyone else watching learns the same lesson. Elena studied his face, seeing the calculation beneath the anger, the chess player thinking 3 moves ahead. You're using this as a message. To all your enemies. I'm establishing boundaries. There's a difference. He pocketed his phone. But yes, anyone considering similar tactics will think twice after watching Julian's public humiliation. And if it's not Julian sending the texts, if we're wrong about him being behind the harassment, then we eliminate one threat and continue hunting the other. His hand settled on her shoulder, warm and steady. One enemy at a time, Elena. That's how you win wars. She wanted to lean into his touch, to accept the comfort he was offering, to acknowledge the shift happening between them. But daylight made everything more complicated. Last night's kiss transforming from inevitable to mistake in the harsh morning clarity. I should get ready, she said, stepping away from his hand. I have a venue meeting at 10. Take Marcus with you. And keep your phone on. Damien. Partnership means compromise. You let me increase security, I let you maintain your schedule. His expression softened. Please. For my peace of mind if nothing else. The please made the difference again. Elena nodded, retreating to her room before the conversation could veer into territory neither was ready to navigate. The venue meeting ran long, the client indecisive about everything from chair rentals to napkin colors. By the time Elena escaped, her patience was threadbare, her professional smile feeling like cracked porcelain. Marcus drove her to the next appointment in silence. His presence both reassuring and claustrophobic. Her phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. Vanderbilt backup venue secured. The plaza has availability. Premium pricing but they're offering package deal. Need approval by 5 p.m. Elena typed back, book it. Whatever the cost. Our reputation is worth it. Another text arrived before she could pocket her phone. Unknown number. The now familiar dread settling in her stomach. Enjoying your driver. Damien's leash getting tighter. Tick-tock, little bird. The cage is closing. Her hands shook. She deleted the message, but not before Marcus's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, catching her reaction. Everything all right, Mrs. Cross? The name still felt foreign. Fine. Just a difficult client. He didn't believe her. She could see it in the subtle tightening of his expression, but he didn't press. They completed the rest of her appointments in tense silence, Elena's mind spinning with the escalating threats, the trap being set for Julian, The kiss that had changed everything and nothing. By the time they returned to the penthouse at 6 p.m., exhaustion had settled into her bones. She found Damien in the living room, jacket discarded, tie loosened, 3 phones spread across the coffee table like tarot cards predicting disaster. Marcus Winters declined the investment, he said without preamble. His team sent the rejection an hour ago. Polite, professional, and absolutely final. Elena sank onto the sofa beside him. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was always a long shot. He rubbed his eyes, the gesture betraying his frustration. But it means he's committed to his revenge campaign. The dinner was reconnaissance, not negotiation. He wanted to assess our vulnerabilities firsthand. Did he find any? Damien's laugh was bitter. He found you. Saw how I look at you, how I react when you're threatened. He knows exactly where to apply pressure now. He turned to face her, his expression raw. I've spent 15 years building an empire on the principle that caring about people makes you weak. Then you walked into my life and proved the theory correct. The words should have stung. Instead, Elena felt something shift in her chest, recognition of a truth they'd both been avoiding. I'm not your weakness, Damien. I'm your blind spot. There's a difference. Is there? Weakness implies liability. A blind spot just means you need to adjust your perspective. She reached for one of his phones, scrolling through his calendar. You've been fighting alone for so long, you've forgotten how to fight with someone. But I'm here now. Use me as an asset, not a vulnerability. He studied her face, something like wonder flickering in his expression. How do you do that? Do what? Reframe everything. Turn liabilities into opportunities, threats into strategies. You think like I do, but with more grace. I think like an event planner managing a crisis. Same skill set, different application. She handed back his phone. So Marcus declined. What's our next move? Publicly. Nothing. We maintain the narrative that we're disappointed but understanding. Privately. His smile was sharp, dangerous. I have people analyzing his investment portfolio. He's overextended in commercial real estate, vulnerable to market shifts. One well-timed move could cost him millions. That's vindictive. That's business. He stood, moving to the bar cart, pouring 2 glasses of bourbon. He came after my wife. He assessed her as a weakness to exploit. That requires response. Your wife, Elena repeated. Not your contract partner. Not your arrangement. Your wife. Damien's hand stilled on the decanter. Does the distinction matter? It does to me. He turned, offering her a glass, his eyes searching hers. What do you want me to call you, Elena? What do you want this to be? The question hung between them, weighted with implications that terrified her. Before she could formulate an answer, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, his expression darkening. Julian's on the move. Security just spotted him 3 blocks from here. He set down his glass, checking his watch. Right on schedule. He'll try the service entrance in approximately 40 minutes. Elena's pulse kicked. Should I stay here? Out of sight. This is between him and me. Damien shrugged into his jacket. His movements precise. Security will handle the physical confrontation. I'll be monitoring from the building's control room. You'll be safe. That's not partnership. That's you managing me again. That's me protecting you from a potentially dangerous situation. He moved to her, his hands framing her face with unexpected gentleness. Please, Elena. Let me handle this my way. You can interrogate my methods afterward, but right now I need you safe. The please made the difference. Again. Elena nodded, hating the compromise, hating her own capitulation, hating how his touch made her want to agree to anything. 1 hour, she said. Then I'm coming to find you. Deal. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, brief, almost absent, the gesture so natural it seemed unconscious. Then he was gone, the penthouse door closing behind him with a soft click. Elena stood alone in the vast living room, the city glittering beyond the windows, bourbon burning in her stomach. She checked her watch. 8:47 p.m. 13 minutes until Julian's expected arrival. Her phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. He's leaving you alone. Smart man. Knows what's coming. Run, little bird. While you still can. I slid down her spine. The sender knew about Julian's plan, which meant they were either working together or watching closely enough to anticipate Damien's moves. Elena pulled up Damien's number, her thumb hovering over the call button. Then she paused. He was in position now, focused on catching Julian. Distracting him with another threat would compromise the operation. But the text's timing was too precise to be coincidence. She grabbed her purse, pulling out the pepper spray she'd carried since college, the small canister familiar in her palm. Then she moved to the windows, watching the street below, searching for anything unusual. There, a dark sedan parked across from the building's entrance, engine running, windows tinted. It had been there when she'd arrived home, she realized. 40 minutes in the same spot, idling, waiting, watching. Elena's hands steadied, her mind clicking into crisis management mode. She photographed the sedan, zooming in to capture the license plate. Sent the image to Damien with a brief text. Suspicious vehicle. Front entrance. Maybe related. His response came within seconds. Stay inside. Sending backup to investigate. She should listen. Should stay safe in the penthouse. Let Damien and his security team handle threats. That was the arrangement he protected. She complied. But the sedan's door opened. A figure emerged, dark clothes, face obscured by a hood. They moved toward the building's main entrance with purposeful strides. Not Julian's entrance. Worse. Elena's breath caught. This wasn't about catching Julian. This was about the texts, the harassment, the escalating threats. Someone was making their move while Damien was distracted. She hit Damien's number, the call connecting immediately. Elena, I told you to. Someone's entering the building. Main entrance. Not Julian. Her voice was steady despite her racing pulse. I think it's the person sending the texts. Lock yourself in your room. Security is 2 minutes out. Damien. Now, Elena. She ran for her bedroom, her heels loud on marble floors. Behind her, she heard the elevator chime. Impossibly fast, as if the figure had bypassed normal protocols. As if they had access codes. As if they'd been given them. Elena slammed her bedroom door, engaging the lock, her back pressed against the wood. Her phone was still connected. Damien's voice urgent in her ear. I'm coming up. Stay on the line. Don't open the door for anyone. How did they get in so fast? I don't know. But I'm going to find out. She heard him running, his breath harsh. 30 seconds. Just hold on. The doorknob rattled. Elena's grip tightened on the pepper spray. Her body coiled, ready. The lock held, but barely. Whoever was outside knew what they were doing. Elena Morgan Cross. The voice was female, muffled through the door. We need to talk. About your husband. About what he's done. About what he's planning to do to you. I'm calling the police. The police can't help you. No one can. Damien Cross destroys everything he touches. Everyone. I'm trying to save you before it's too late. The doorknob stopped rattling. Footsteps retreated, moving back toward the elevator. Elena heard the chime again, the doors closing, the figure disappearing as quickly as they'd arrived. Then Damien burst through the penthouse entrance, security flanking him. His expression wild with fear that transformed to relief when he saw her emerge from the bedroom. Are you hurt? No. Shaken but fine. Elena's legs felt unsteady, adrenaline crash hitting hard. They're gone. Used the elevator, probably the same way they came up. Damien pulled her against him, his arms wrapping tight, his heart hammering against her cheek. Jesus Christ, Elena. When I heard them in the building. I'm okay. She let herself lean into him, accepting the comfort, her own arms circling his waist. But Damien, they said, Elena Morgan Cross. They used my married name. And they knew you'd be distracted by Julian. He pulled back, his hands framing her face, checking for injuries she didn't have. The Julian situation was a setup. A distraction to get me away from you. His expression went cold, murderous. Someone's been planning this. Coordinating attacks. Using Julian as a decoy while they made their real move. The voice was female. And she said she was trying to save me. From you. From me. Damien's jaw tightened. Did you recognize the voice? No. But she sounded familiar somehow. Like I'd heard it before but couldn't place it. Elena moved to the windows, needing distance to think clearly. She knew about the texts, about the threats. She might be the one sending them. Or she's working with whoever is. Damien pulled out his phone, barking orders to security. I want building footage from the last hour. Every camera, every angle. Find out how they accessed the elevator. And get me Julian Vance's current location, if he was actually involved or if this was entirely separate. He paced while his team responded. His movements predatory, controlled violence barely leashed. Elena watched him, seeing the ruthless billionaire fully unleashed, the man who'd built an empire on the principle that threats must be eliminated. Damien. She caught his arm, stopping his pacing. Breathe. We're both safe. That's what matters right now. What matters is finding out who did this and making sure they never get close to you again. His hand covered hers, gripping tight. Elena, if something had happened to you. It didn't. But it could have. Because I was arrogant enough to think I could predict their moves, control the situation, protect you while managing multiple threats. His voice cracked. I've spent 15 years believing control was the answer. Tonight proved I was wrong. Elena stepped closer, her free hand settling over his racing heart. You weren't wrong. You were human. There's a difference. Is there? He echoed her earlier words, his smile bitter. Because from where I'm standing, being human nearly got you hurt. Being human means accepting you can't control everything. That sometimes threats slip through. That perfection is impossible. She held his gaze. But it also means learning from mistakes. Adapting strategies. Fighting smarter instead of harder. His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, his expression darkening further. Julian was picked up by police 20 minutes ago. Drunk and disorderly at a bar in Queens. He's been there since 6 p.m., multiple witnesses confirm. He wasn't involved in tonight's incident. So we're back to square one. Worse than square one. We're dealing with an enemy smart enough to use Julian as a red herring. Someone who knows my patterns well enough to predict my responses. He pulled up security footage on his phone, the images grainy but clear. There. Service entrance camera. That's our intruder. Elena leaned in, studying the figure. Dark clothes, face obscured, movements confident. But something about the build, the posture, triggered recognition. That's a woman, she said. Look at the hip ratio, the shoulder width. Whoever broke in was female. Which narrows our suspect pool considerably. Damien enhanced the image, but the figure had positioned herself perfectly to avoid facial recognition. Professional training. Military or security background, possibly. This wasn't amateur hour. His phone buzzed again. He answered, listened, his expression going carefully blank. Understood. Send me the file. He ended the call, turning to Elena. That was my private investigator. He's been running background checks on everyone in my social circle since the wedding. Cross-referencing enemies, associates, anyone with motive and access. And Victoria Ashford's daughter served in military intelligence before joining her mother's company. She has the training for tonight's operation. He pulled up a photo, A woman in her late 20s, dark-haired, sharp-featured. Her eyes cold even in the professional headshot. Sophia Ashford. She was also briefly engaged to Julian Vance 3 years ago. Elena's stomach dropped. Sophia. That's the name Julian mentioned at the wedding. He said to ask you about Sophia. I thought he meant my sister. But he was playing a longer game. Damien's hands clenched. Sophia Ashford blames me for her broken engagement. When I exposed Julian's embezzlement, their relationship imploded. She spent the last 3 years rebuilding her reputation while her mother rebuilt mine. But apparently, grudges run deep. So she's been harassing me, threatening me, trying to drive a wedge between us, and using her mother's position on my board to gather intelligence. Victoria's been feeding her information. Our schedules, our security protocols, our vulnerabilities. His voice went flat, dangerous. I trusted Victoria, mentored her daughter, and they've been plotting against me for years. Elena processed this, the pieces clicking into horrifying place. The text, the break-in. It's all been Sophia trying to save me from you, probably believing she's the hero in this story. She's about to learn otherwise. Damien pulled out his phone again, his fingers moving with lethal precision. I'm calling an emergency board meeting. Tomorrow morning. Victoria Ashford is done. Damien, wait. Wait. He turned on her, his expression wild. Elena, she helped her daughter stalk you, terrorize you, break into our home. There's no waiting. There's only response. I know. But think strategically. If you move against Victoria publicly, you'll look vindictive. Like you're punishing her for her daughter's actions. It'll cost you board support. Elena moved closer, her hand settling on his arm. Let me handle this. Woman to woman. I'll confront Sophia, get her confession on record, then we'll have leverage to force Victoria's resignation quietly. Absolutely not. You're not confronting anyone. It's too dangerous. It's less dangerous than corporate warfare that could damage Cross Industries. She held his gaze. Trust me. I can handle one bitter ex-fiancé with a savior complex. She broke into our home, Elena. She's not stable. Neither are half my clients, and I manage them fine. She squeezed his arm. Partnership, remember. Let me contribute something beyond looking pretty at dinners. Let me fight this battle my way. Damien stared at her, conflict written across his face. The need to protect warring with a promise to include her. Control battling trust. Finally he exhaled roughly. Fine. But you wear a wire. And I'm listening to every word. And if she makes one threatening move, I'm intervening. Deal. He pulled her against him again, his arms tight, his face buried in her hair. If anything happens to you, it won't. Elena let herself sink into his embrace, feeling his heart gradually slow, his breathing steady. I'm tougher than I look. I'm beginning to understand that. He pulled back, his hands settling on her shoulders. But Elena, after tonight, after almost losing you, I need you to understand something. What? This. He kissed her, hard and desperate, his control finally shattering completely. His hands tangled in her hair, pulling her closer, his mouth demanding rather than asking. Elena gasped against his lips, her own hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him impossibly nearer. This wasn't performance, wasn't strategy. This was raw need, fear transmuted into hunger, the walls between them crumbling under the weight of adrenaline and relief and something neither was ready to name. Damien walked her backward until her spine hit the wall, his body pinning her in place. His kiss deepening until she couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only feel the heat of him, the desperation, the terrifying intimacy of being wanted this completely. I can't lose you, he breathed against her mouth. Contract or not, arrangement or not, I can't. Elena silenced him with another kiss, her answer given through touch rather than words. Because words required acknowledgement of what was happening between them, required naming the shift from transaction to something real, required vulnerability neither had mastered yet. So instead she kissed him. Let her hands map the muscles of his back, the tension in his shoulders, the heat of his skin through expensive fabric. Let herself be wanted, be needed, be something more than an acquisition or a strategic asset. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. "This complicates everything," he said quietly. "I know. The contract. I know. We should probably discuss tomorrow." Elena's hands settled on his chest, feeling his racing heart. "Tonight let's just be. No strategy, no planning, no managing the situation. Just us." He pulled back enough to meet her eyes, his own dark and unguarded. "Just us," he repeated, as if testing the concept. "I'm not sure I know how to do that. Neither am I. But we could learn together." Something shifted in his expression, hope maybe, or the beginning of trust. He kissed her again, softer this time, almost reverent. Then he stepped back, his hands sliding down her arms to thread their fingers together. "Stay with me tonight," he said. "Not in separate rooms. Not performing distance. Just stay." The invitation hung between them, weighted with implications that terrified and tempted in equal measure. Elena thought of the contract, of the careful boundaries they'd maintained, of all the reasons this was a terrible idea. Then she thought of his arms around her, of the desperate relief in his eyes when he'd found her safe, of the way he kissed her like she was oxygen and he was drowning. "Okay," she whispered. "I'll stay." Chapter 6. The Shift. Morning light filtered through unfamiliar windows, casting shadows across sheets Elena didn't recognize. She woke slowly, disoriented by the wrong angle of sunlight, the scent of cedar and expensive cologne embedded in the pillow beneath her cheek. Then memory returned. Damien's room, his bed, the night they'd spent tangled together in the dark. Not consummating their marriage. Just holding each other, talking in whispers until exhaustion finally claimed them both. Elena turned her head. The space beside her was empty, sheets already cool. She touched the indentation where Damien's body had been, feeling the ghost of his warmth, wondering when he'd left and why he hadn't woken her. Her phone showed 7:23 a.m. 3 missed calls from Sarah, 2 texts about the Vanderbilt wedding timeline, 1 email flagged urgent from a potential new client. The world continued spinning despite her personal earthquake. She found her clothes, the black dress from last night's near-disaster, now draped over a chair with careful precision. Someone, Damien presumably, had collected them from where they'd been hastily discarded. The consideration in that small gesture made her chest tighten. Elena dressed quickly, her hands steadier than her thoughts. What had happened last night defied the careful boundaries they'd constructed. They'd crossed lines, blurred distinctions between contract and reality, performance and genuine connection. And now, in the harsh morning light, she had to face the consequences. She found Damien in his office, already dressed in a charcoal suit, his hair damp from a recent shower. He stood at the windows, phone pressed to his ear, his free hand gesturing sharply as he spoke in rapid French. When he sensed her presence, he turned, his expression shifting through several emotions too quickly to identify before settling into careful neutrality. He ended his call. "You're awake. You left." The accusation emerged before she could soften it. "I had calls to make. Europe's already been working for hours." He set down his phone, his movements precise. "I didn't want to wake you. You needed rest after last night." The formal tone, the physical distance. He was retreating behind his walls, she realized. Regretting the vulnerability, the intimacy, the cracks in his armor. "Damien, I've arranged a meeting with Sophia Ashford. 11 a.m., neutral location. A cafe in Soho. Public enough to be safe, private enough for confrontation." He pulled a small device from his desk drawer. "This is the wire. Audio only, transmits directly to my phone. I'll be 2 blocks away with security, listening to everything." Elena took the device, the metal cold against her palm. We should talk about last night. Last night was a reaction to stress. Adrenaline, fear, relief. It created a situation that we both responded to. His jaw tightened. It doesn't change our arrangement, doesn't it, Elena? He finally met her eyes, his expression guarded. What do you want me to say? That sleeping beside you felt like the first peace I've had in years. That waking up with you in my arms made me forget this was supposed to be temporary. His voice roughened. I can't say those things. Because acknowledging them means admitting I've violated the terms of our contract. That I've developed feelings that were explicitly forbidden. Her breath caught. Forbidden by whom? By me. By the rules I set to protect us both from exactly this complication. He moved closer, stopping just out of reach. I chose you because you were practical, Elena. Because you understood transactions and wouldn't confuse this arrangement with romance. But somewhere between the wedding and last night, I stopped seeing you as an acquisition and started seeing you as... He stopped, the confession incomplete, hanging between them like smoke. As what? Elena whispered. As mine. The words emerged raw, honest, terrifying. Not in the contractual sense. In the way that makes me want to destroy anyone who threatens you. In the way that makes me check my phone constantly when you're out of sight. In the way that made me stand outside your bedroom door for 20 minutes last night, debating whether asking you to stay was the bravest or most selfish thing I could do. Elena's hands trembled. She set down the wire device before she could drop it. I thought I was the only one feeling that shift. You're not. He closed the distance between them, his hands settling on her shoulders. But feeling it and acting on it are different things. The contract exists for a reason, Elena. To protect us both from the complications that emotion brings. To maintain clear boundaries so that when this ends, she repeated. You're already planning the ending. I'm being realistic. 2 years, possibly less if we execute the terms successfully. Then you'll have your freedom, your financial security, your business expansion. And I'll have... He stopped, his expression darkening. I'll have exactly what I had before. Control. Isolation. The empire I built on the principle that caring makes you weak. And you believe that. Still. After last night. I have to believe it. Because the alternative... His hands tightened on her shoulders. The alternative is admitting that I'm falling for my contract wife. That I'm developing feelings that will make the inevitable ending unbearable. That I've made the same mistake I've spent 15 years avoiding. Elena reached up, her hands covering his. What if it's not a mistake? What if the contract was just the beginning, and what we're building now is real? Real things end badly for me, Elena. People I care about get hurt. My sister, my ex-fiancé. Anyone who gets close enough to matter. His voice cracked. I can't do that to you. I won't. You don't get to make that choice alone. Partnership, remember. She held his gaze, refusing to let him retreat further. I'm not your sister. I'm not your ex. I'm a woman who signed a contract knowing exactly what I was getting into, and who's choosing, every day, to stay. Not because I have to. Because I want to. You want to stay in an arrangement where I control your schedule, surveil your movements, and drag you into corporate warfare? I want to stay with a man who researches flower preferences and holds me when I'm scared and kisses me like I'm the only real thing in his carefully constructed world. She stepped closer, eliminating the remaining distance. I see you, Damien. The ruthless billionaire and the man who stands outside my door debating whether to ask for comfort. Both versions. And I'm not running. His expression cracked, vulnerability bleeding through. You should run. Before I hurt you the way I hurt everyone else. Then hurt me. Make mistakes. Be human. Her hands slid up to frame his face. But stop trying to protect me from yourself. I'm stronger than you think. Strong enough to handle whatever this becomes. For a long moment, he simply looked at her. Then he pulled her against him, his arms wrapping tight, his face buried in her hair. "I don't know how to do this," he said quietly. "How to be in a relationship that isn't transactional. How to care about someone without trying to control every variable. How to be vulnerable without feeling like I'm bleeding out. Neither do I. But maybe we figure it out together." Elena held him, feeling his heart race against her cheek. One day at a time. One honest conversation at a time. One small act of trust at a time. He pulled back enough to meet her eyes. "The contract. We'll renegotiate. Add a clause for genuine affection like it already suggests. Acknowledge what's happening between us instead of pretending it doesn't exist." She managed a small smile. "I'm good at contract negotiations. We'll figure it out." "You make it sound simple." "It's not simple. It's terrifying. But so is pretending last night didn't matter. So is maintaining distance when all I want is—" She stopped, her own vulnerability catching in her throat. "Is what?" His voice was soft, careful. "This." She kissed him, slow and deliberate. No adrenaline or fear driving the connection. Just choice. Just want. Just the terrifying honesty of admitting she'd stopped performing weeks ago. Damien responded with devastating gentleness, his hands cradling her face, his mouth moving against hers like he was memorizing the taste of her. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. "After you confront Sophia," he said. "After we deal with the immediate threats and secure our safety, we'll talk. Really talk. About renegotiating terms, about what we both want, about whether this can be more than an arrangement. Promise. I promise." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "But right now you have a meeting to prepare for. And I have a wire to test and security to position, and approximately 17 contingency plans to finalize." Elena laughed despite the tension. Control freak. Guilty. But he smiled, the expression transforming his face. "Though I'm trying to improve. You're a terrible influence on my carefully maintained emotional distance." "Good." She stepped back, collecting the wire device. "Show me how this works. And Damien. No intervening unless I'm actually in danger. Let me handle this my way." "I'll try." He moved to his desk, pulling up schematics of the cafe location. "But if she threatens you, if she makes one wrong move, you'll hear everything. And you'll trust me to manage the situation until I can't." Elena studied the cafe layout, her event planning mind automatically assessing exits, sightlines, potential complications. "Where will you be positioned?" "Here." He indicated a building 2 blocks south. "Top floor, clear view of the cafe entrance. Security will be stationed at 3 points around the perimeter, plain clothes, armed. You'll have backup within 30 seconds if needed. And if Sophia brings backup of her own, then we adapt." His expression went cold, calculating. "But she'll come alone. Her ego won't allow otherwise. She thinks she's saving you, which means she'll want the credit for your rescue." Elena considered this, turning over strategies. "What if I record the conversation on my phone too? Backup audio in case the wire fails." "Smart." "Yes." Damien pulled out a burner phone. "Use this instead of your personal device. Untraceable if she checks, and it has better audio quality. I'll walk you through the settings." They spent the next hour preparing, testing equipment, reviewing approach strategies, running through potential scenarios. Damien's precision was almost clinical, his mind mapping every variable, but his hands shook slightly when he helped her position the wire beneath her sweater. "You don't have to do this," he said quietly, his fingers lingering at her collarbone. "I can handle Sophia and Victoria through legal channels. It might take longer, but it's safer. Safer for me. More damaging for you and Cross Industries." Elena covered his hand with hers. "Let me do this. Let me contribute something meaningful to our partnership beyond looking decorative at dinners. You contribute far more than that. You always have." He withdrew his hand reluctantly. "But I'm allowed to hate putting you at risk." "Noted. And appreciated." She checked her reflection in his office window, adjusting her sweater to conceal the wire. How do I look? Terrified and trying to hide it. Honest. I like it. She turned to face him. Any final advice? Let her talk. People like Sophia need to explain themselves, to justify their actions. Give her space to confess, to detail exactly what she's done and why. The more she reveals, the stronger our case becomes. He moved closer, his hand settling at her waist. And Elena, remember that whatever she says about me, whatever accusations or warnings, they're filtered through her perception, through her grudge and her need to be right. I know who you are, Damien. She can't change that. Can't she? His expression darkened. I've done things, Elena. Built this empire through methods that weren't always ethical. Destroyed people who threatened me. Made choices that prioritized control over compassion. Sophia's not entirely wrong about me being dangerous. No. But she's wrong about me needing rescue from you. Elena held his gaze. I walked into this arrangement with open eyes. I'm staying with open eyes. Whatever she reveals won't change that. He studied her face, searching for doubt, for hesitation. Finding none. He pulled her into a kiss that tasted like desperation and trust in equal measure. Come back safe, he said against her mouth. Always. The cafe was exactly as Damien had described. Soho chic, exposed brick and reclaimed wood, the kind of place where artists and executives mingled over $7 lattes. Elena arrived 10 minutes early, claiming a corner table with sightlines to both entrances. The wire was a small weight beneath her sweater, the burner phone heavy in her purse. She ordered green tea she didn't want, her hands needing something to hold, something to keep them from shaking. Sophia Ashford arrived at 10:58, punctual and poised. Up close, she was striking, sharp cheekbones, dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, her mother's cold eyes. She wore business casual, expensive but understated. Her movements confident as she scanned the cafe before settling on Elena. Mrs. Cross. Sophia's smile didn't reach her eyes. Thank you for agreeing to meet. I don't recall agreeing. Your text said we needed to talk urgently. I'm here out of curiosity, not courtesy. Elena kept her voice level, professional. Though I'm curious how you got my private number. I have resources. Sophia ordered an espresso from a passing waiter before settling into the chair across from Elena. And motivation. You're in danger, Elena. Serious danger. I'm trying to help you understand that before it's too late. Too late for what? To escape. To get out before Damien Cross destroys you the way he destroys everyone who gets close to him. Sophia leaned forward, her intensity almost palpable. I know you think this is a love story. The billionaire and the event planner, the arranged marriage that becomes real. But it's not. It's a trap. And you're the bait he's using to rehabilitate his reputation. Elena sipped her tea, letting the silence stretch. In her ear, barely audible, she heard Damien's breathing, controlled, steady, listening. That's quite an accusation, Elena said finally. Based on what evidence? Based on watching him operate for years. Based on seeing what he did to Julian Vance, to my engagement, to my family's reputation. Sophia's hands clenched around her espresso cup. Damien doesn't care about people, Elena. He cares about assets. And you're his most valuable asset right now. The proof that he's capable of human connection, that he's more than the ice king the media portrays. So you've been sending me threatening texts too. What? Warn me. Save me. Yes. No hesitation, no shame. Someone needed to show you the truth before you got in too deep. Before you made the mistake of actually falling for him. And breaking into my home. Terrorizing me while my husband was distracted. That was helping. Sophia's expression flickered. Surprise, then calculation. I needed to get your attention. The texts weren't working. You were ignoring them, deleting them, pretending everything was fine. I had to make you see the danger you're in. By becoming the danger myself. Elena leaned back, studying Sophia's face. You do see the irony, right? You're claiming Damien is the threat while you're the one stalking me, harassing me, violating my privacy and safety. That's different. I'm trying to protect you. From what exactly? A man who's been nothing but honest about our arrangement. Who's given me financial security, professional support, and the freedom to maintain my own business. Elena's voice hardened. Or are you trying to protect yourself? To punish Damien for exposing Julian's crimes and ruining your engagement? Sophia's mask cracked. He destroyed my life. Julian and I were building something real, something meaningful. Then Damien decided Julian was a threat and systematically dismantled everything we had. The embezzlement charges, the public humiliation, the prison sentence. All of it was Damien's revenge for Julian daring to be his equal. Julian was stealing from Cross Industries. That's not being an equal. That's being a criminal. Julian was protecting himself from Damien's control. He knew Damien would eventually turn on him, would find some excuse to eliminate him. So he created insurance, leverage, a way to survive. Sophia's voice rose, drawing glances from nearby tables. She lowered it with visible effort. But Damien couldn't tolerate that. Couldn't tolerate anyone having power over him. So he destroyed Julian, destroyed our future, and walked away without a scratch. Elena processed this, hearing the pain beneath the justification, the grief twisted into vengeance. I'm sorry your engagement ended. I'm sorry you were hurt by the fallout of Julian's choices. But that doesn't give you the right to terrorize me as some kind of proxy revenge. I'm not terrorizing you. I'm warning you. Sophia reached across the table, her hand settling over Elena's. Please, listen to what I'm saying. Damien Cross is incapable of real love. He's a sociopath who uses people and discards them when they're no longer useful. Your marriage is a business transaction to him, nothing more. And when it ends, when you've served your purpose, he'll throw you away like he did everyone else. Elena looked down at Sophia's hand covering hers, feeling the desperation in the grip, the genuine belief that she was the hero in this story. What do you want from me? Elena asked quietly. Leave him. Divorce him, break the contract, walk away while you still can. I'll help you. I have lawyers, resources, a place you can stay where he can't find you. Sophia's grip tightened. You don't have to be another casualty of Damien Cross's empire building. You can choose differently. And if I don't want to leave, then you're a fool. And when he breaks you, when he crushes your spirit and your business and your sense of self, don't say I didn't warn you. Sophia released Elena's hand, sitting back. I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. Elena met her eyes, seeing the conviction there, the absolute certainty that she was right. Can I ask you something? About your mother? Sophia's expression shuttered. What about her? Does she know what you've been doing? The texts, the break-in, the harassment. Then. My mother understands that sometimes you have to take drastic action to protect people from themselves. So she does know. She's been helping you. Elena leaned forward. Feeding you information about our schedules, our security protocols. Using her position on Damien's board to gather intelligence for your campaign against him. My mother wants to protect Cross Industries from Damien's worst impulses. If that means helping me show you the truth about him, then yes, she's been supportive. Supportive of corporate espionage. Of stalking. Of breaking and entering. Elena's voice stayed level despite her rising anger. You do realize that's illegal, right? That you've committed multiple crimes in your crusade to save me. Sophia's expression went cold. Damien has committed far worse. He just has better lawyers to cover his tracks. Maybe. But I'm not married to Damien's past. I'm married to his present. And his future. Elena stood, collecting her purse. Thank you for the warning, Sophia. I'll take it under advisement. But I'm not leaving my husband. Not because I'm trapped or foolish or blind to his flaws. 'Cause I choose to stay. That's the difference between us. You had your choice taken away by Julian's actions and Damien's response. I'm making mine freely. You'll regret it. Perhaps. But it'll be my regret to own. Elena moved toward the exit, then paused. One more thing. Stop contacting me. Stop watching me. Stop trying to save me from a situation you don't understand. If you don't, I'll file charges. And unlike Julian, I have the resources and the will to see it through. She walked out before Sophia could respond. Her legs steady despite the adrenaline crash beginning to hit. The street was bright after the cafe's dimness, the autumn air cool against her flushed skin. 2 blocks south, exactly where he'd promised, Damien waited. He was leaning against a building's brick facade, phone pressed to his ear, but his eyes tracked her approach with laser focus. When she reached him, he ended his call without preamble and pulled her into his arms. You were magnificent, he said against her hair. Absolutely magnificent. Elena let herself sink into his embrace, her hands fisting in his jacket. Did you get everything? Every word. Audio quality was perfect. He pulled back enough to meet her eyes. Sophia confessed to the harassment, implicated her mother in the conspiracy, and revealed enough about their methods to build a substantial legal case. You did exactly what I needed. What we needed, Elena corrected. Partnership, remember? Partnership. He smiled, the expression transforming his face. I'm getting better at that, aren't I? Incrementally. She stepped back, suddenly exhausted. What happens now? Now I call my lawyers. File for a restraining order against Sophia. Initiate proceedings to remove Victoria from the board. And make it very clear that harassment of my wife has consequences. His expression went cold, calculating. By end of business today, they'll both understand exactly what it costs to threaten what's mine. Damien. I know. Measured response, legal channels, no scorched earth. He caught her hand, threading their fingers together. But Elena, they broke into our home. They terrorized you for weeks. They used Victoria's position to gather intelligence for a stalking campaign. There has to be consequences. Agreed. But proportional ones. Restraining order, yes. Board removal, yes. Criminal charges if they violate the order. But don't destroy them completely. Don't make them into martyrs or victims of your vindictiveness. He studied her face, conflict playing across his expression. You're asking me to show mercy to people who showed you none. I'm asking you to be better than your worst impulses. To choose strategic victory over emotional satisfaction. She squeezed his hand. Besides, living well is the best revenge. Let them watch us build something real while they're sidelined by their own choices. You're far more forgiving than I am. I'm practical. Destroying them completely makes you look ruthless. Letting them self-destruct while you rise above makes you look powerful. She managed a small smile. Besides, I learned from the best. You taught me that control is more effective than chaos. I'm beginning to think I created a monster. But his tone was admiring, proud even. Come on. Let's go home. You've earned rest, and I have approximately 30 calls to make to set consequences in motion. They walked back to where his car waited, Marcus holding the door with professional discretion. Inside the privacy of the back seat, Damien kept her hand in his thumb stroking absently across her knuckles. Tonight, he said as Manhattan slid past the windows. After the immediate crisis is handled and the lawyers are deployed and the board is notified, we'll have that conversation. About renegotiating terms, about what we both want, about whether this can be more than an arrangement. I'd like that. So would I. He lifted her hand, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. Fair warning, I'm terrible at emotional honesty. I'll probably try to turn the conversation into a contract negotiation. And I'll probably let you because at least contracts have clear terms and defined outcomes. Elena leaned her head against his shoulder. We're quite a pair, aren't we? Two control freaks trying to figure out how to surrender enough to actually connect. Terrifying. Absolutely. Worth it. She turned her head to look at him, seeing the vulnerability in his eyes, the hope he was trying to hide behind casual inquiry. Yes, definitely worth it. His arm came around her shoulders, pulling her closer. They rode the rest of the way in comfortable silence, the city passing by, the future uncertain but somehow less terrifying than before. The penthouse felt different when they returned. Safer maybe, or just more like home. Elena shed her jacket and the wire device, the small freedom of removing surveillance making her shoulders drop with relief. Damien disappeared into his office immediately, his phone already pressed to his ear, his voice sharp with command as he deployed his legal team. Elena could hear him through the open door, precise, ruthless, every word calculated for maximum impact. She made tea she didn't drink, standing at the windows, watching Manhattan glitter in the afternoon sun. Her phone buzzed with work messages, Sarah with updates, clients with questions, the endless logistics of other people's perfect days. Normal life, continuing despite her personal earthquake. A text from an unknown number made her pulse spike before she read it. This is Victoria Ashford. Sorry. For everything. My daughter's pain became my own, and I lost perspective. I'll resign from the board effective immediately. Please tell Damien I won't fight the removal. Some battles aren't worth the cost. Elena stared at the message, surprised by the capitulation, the genuine regret in the words. She forwarded it to Damien without comment, letting him decide how to respond. His reply came within minutes. Restraining order still stands. But I'll accept the resignation without public humiliation. Tell her thank you for the courtesy. Elena typed back. Tell her yourself. Partnership means you handle your board members directly. Then you're right. I will. Thank you for the reminder. She smiled despite the exhaustion, despite the weight of the morning's confrontation, despite everything. They were learning. Slowly, imperfectly, with frequent backsliding into old patterns. But they were learning. Damien emerged from his office 2 hours later. His tie loosened, exhaustion evident in the set of his shoulders. It's done. Restraining orders filed, Victoria's resignation accepted. Legal team prepared to prosecute if either of them violates the terms. We're secure. Good. Elena moved to the kitchen, pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. Now sit down. I'm making dinner. You don't have to. I want to. Besides, Claire's not here and neither of us has eaten since breakfast. Sit. He obeyed, settling onto a bar stool, watching as she moved through his kitchen with surprising competence. I didn't know you cooked. Event planner, remember? I've worked with enough caterers to pick up techniques. She pulled out a pan, heating olive oil. Nothing fancy. Just pasta and vegetables. Comfort food. I can't remember the last time someone cooked for me. Then it's overdue. She worked in comfortable silence, her movements efficient, the familiar rhythm of preparation soothing her frayed nerves. Damien watched without commenting, his presence a warm weight at her back. When she plated the food, simple penne with roasted vegetables and parmesan, he looked at it like she'd created something miraculous. It's just pasta, Damien. It's care. There's a difference. He took a bite, his eyes closing briefly. It's perfect. They ate at the counter rather than the formal dining table, the intimacy of the smaller space making conversation easier. Damien told her about the board's reaction to Victoria's resignation, about the legal strategies his team was deploying, about the market implications of the day's events. Elena told him about the Vanderbilt wedding crisis, about Sarah's increasingly competent management of day-to-day operations, about the potential new client who wanted a winter gala that would redefine Manhattan society. Normal conversation. Domestic and easy, and nothing like the careful distance they'd maintained for weeks. This is nice, Damien said eventually, setting down his fork. This. Talking like actual people instead of business associates. We are actual people. We just forgot for a while. I forgot. You've been trying to remind me since the wedding. He reached across the counter, his hand settling over hers. I'm sorry for that. For treating you like an acquisition instead of a partner. For managing instead of collaborating. For all the ways I've been a terrible husband while technically fulfilling the contract terms. You haven't been terrible. You've been learning. Same as me. Elena turned her hand beneath his, threading their fingers together. We both came into this with armor and walls and the absolute certainty that keeping distance was the only way to survive. But maybe survival isn't the goal anymore. What is? Living. Actually living instead of just managing risk and controlling variables and performing roles we think we're supposed to play. She met his eyes. I want to live with you, Damien. Not just coexist in the same space. Actually build something real together. His grip tightened on her hand. That terrifies me. Me too. What if I hurt you? What if my worst impulses win out and I become the monster Sophia warned you about? Then I'll tell you. And you'll listen. And we'll figure it out together. Elena stood, moving around the counter to stand in front of him. I'm not asking for perfection, Damien. I'm asking for honesty. For effort. For the willingness to try even when it's uncomfortable. He pulled her between his knees, his hands settling on her waist. I can do honesty, effort, trying. His forehead rested against her stomach. But I need you to promise something. What? If I cross a line, if I become too controlling or too cold or too much like the man Sophia described, you'll call me on it. You won't just endure it or adapt to it. You'll fight back. I promise. Her hands settled in his hair, the gesture tender. And you promise the same. If I retreat too far into independence, if I shut you out or refuse help when I need it, you'll push back. Deal. He looked up at her, his eyes dark and unguarded. Oh, renegotiating terms. Where do we start? Elena considered, her event planner mind organizing thoughts into actionable items. We start by acknowledging what's changed. The contract specified separate bedrooms and emotional distance. But last night I held you while you slept and felt more at peace than I have in years, he finished quietly. The separate bedrooms clause is no longer serving its purpose. Agreed. So we modify it. Shared space when we both want it, separate space when we need it. No obligation, just option. I can work with that. His hands moved up her sides, settling at her ribs. What else? The public appearances clause. It specifies I'll attend events as your wife and represent cross industries at certain functions. But it doesn't account for you supporting my business goals, attending my events, being present for my professional milestones. You want me at your events. I want partnership to be reciprocal. You show up for me, I show up for you. Equal investment, equal visibility. She traced his jaw with gentle fingers. Unless the Ice King is too important to attend a charity gala planned by his wife, the Ice King would be honored. He caught her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. What else needs renegotiating? The termination clause. 2 years minimum, with option to extend or dissolve by mutual agreement. But it doesn't account for what happens if we actually. She stopped, the words catching. If we actually fall in love. He finished the sentence she couldn't. If this becomes real in every sense. Yes. Then we add a clause. Something about genuine affection superseding contractual obligations. About choosing to stay because we want to, not because we're legally bound. His hands framed her face. About building a real marriage instead of performing one. Elena's breath caught. You'd want that. A real marriage. I'm terrified of wanting it. But yes. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. I want to try, Elena. To see if we can build something that outlasts the contract. Something that's ours, not just a strategic arrangement. Even though it makes you vulnerable. Especially because it makes me vulnerable. He pulled her down into a kiss, slow and deep and achingly tender. You were right earlier. Living well is the best revenge. And living with you, really living, not just coexisting, sounds like the best life I could imagine. Elena melted into the kiss, her hands tangling in his hair, her body pressed against his. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, she rested her forehead against his. So we're doing this. Renegotiating from arrangement to actual relationship. We're trying. With the understanding that we'll both make mistakes, both backslide into old patterns, both need patience and grace and probably couples therapy at some point. He smiled against her mouth. But yes, we're doing this. Then I have one more term to add. Name it. Tonight, we stop holding back. We stop maintaining careful distance and pretending this is just contractual obligation. Her voice dropped. We make this marriage real in every sense. Damien's hands tightened on her waist, his eyes going dark. Elena, I want you, she said simply. Not because the contract requires it. Not because it serves some strategic purpose. 'Cause I choose you. Because last night proved that sleeping beside you is where I want to be. Because I'm tired of pretending I don't feel what I feel. What do you feel? Like I'm falling for my husband. Like the contract was just the beginning. Like maybe the best things in life aren't planned or controlled or managed. They're chosen. She kissed him softly. Choose me, Damien. Not as an acquisition or an asset. As your wife. Your partner. Your everything, he finished, standing and lifting her in one smooth motion. You're everything, Elena. And I choose you. Every day, every moment, every terrifying step into vulnerability. He carried her toward his bedroom. Their bedroom now, she realized. His mouth finding hers again, the kiss deepening into promise and heat and the beginning of something real. The contract sat forgotten in his office, its terms already obsolete. They were writing new terms now. In touch and trust and the terrifying honesty of two people choosing each other despite every reason not to. And when Damien laid her on his bed, his body covering hers, his hands mapping her skin with reverent precision, Elena knew they'd crossed a line they could never uncross. The arrangement was over. The marriage was just beginning. Chapter 7, The Reckoning. The morning after felt like waking into a different life. Elena surfaced slowly, her body aching in unfamiliar ways, wrapped in sheets that smelled like Damien and the night they'd spent learning each other. Sunlight painted gold across his bedroom, their bedroom, and for the first time since moving into the penthouse, she didn't feel like a guest. She felt like she'd come home. Damien's arm was heavy across her waist, his breathing deep and even against her shoulder. Asleep, he looked younger. The harsh lines of his face softened, the perpetual tension in his jaw finally released. Elena traced the scar through his eyebrow with gentle fingers, this small imperfection in his otherwise severe beauty. His eyes opened, gray and alert despite the early hour. Hi yourself. She smiled, suddenly shy despite everything they'd shared in the dark. Sleep well. Better than I have in years. His hand slid up her spine, settling at the nape of her neck. You. Same. She shifted closer, her leg tangling with his beneath the sheets. We should probably talk about last night. Should we? His mouth curved. I was thinking we should repeat it instead. Damien. Elena. He rolled, pinning her beneath him with careful weight, his eyes searching hers. Last night changed everything. I know that. You know that. We can analyze it later. Right now, I just want to be with you. The vulnerability in his voice made her chest tighten. This man who commanded billions, who destroyed enemies without hesitation. He was asking permission, seeking reassurance, making himself small enough to fit in the space between them. Okay, she whispered. Later. He kissed her then, slow and thorough, and Elena lost herself in the heat of him, in the slide of skin against skin, in the terrifying intimacy of being known completely. They made love again as morning light strengthened, this time without the desperate urgency of the night before. This was exploration, discovery, the careful mapping of pleasure and response. Damien was attentive to the point of obsession, learning what made her gasp, what made her arch, what made her forget everything except the feel of him. When they finally collapsed together, both breathing hard, Elena felt fundamentally altered. Not just physically, though her body hummed with satisfaction, but deeper. She'd let someone in. Let Damien past every wall she'd constructed, every defense she'd maintained. And somehow she'd survived it. "I need to tell you something," Damien said eventually, his fingers tracing idle patterns on her shoulder. "About why I really chose you for this arrangement." Elena's stomach tightened. "I thought you chose me because I was practical and desperate enough to agree. That's what I told myself. But the truth is more complicated." He shifted, propping himself on one elbow to look at her. "I'd been watching you for months before your father's company collapsed. You planned an event at the plaza, a tech startup's launch party. I was there for business reasons, but I kept getting distracted by you." "Distracted how?" "The way you moved through chaos with absolute calm. The way you solved problems before they became disasters. The way you were kind to the catering staff but firm with the demanding CEO." His hand settled over her racing heart. "You were the most competent person in that room, and you had no idea. No ego, no performance. Just excellence executed quietly." Elena processed this, her mind spinning. "So you engineered the whole thing. My father's company collapse, the acquisition, the marriage proposal." "No. Your father's mistakes were his own. I just took advantage of the opportunity they created." His expression darkened. "But I won't lie and say I was entirely innocent. When I learned Morgan Holdings was vulnerable, I could have structured the acquisition differently. Given your father more time, better terms, a graceful exit. Instead, I backed him into a corner where marriage to me was his only option." "Why?" "Because I wanted you. And I'm ruthless enough to create the circumstances that would give me access to you." His jaw tightened. "I told myself it was strategic, that I needed a wife to soften my public image, that you were the logical choice. But the truth is I'd been half in love with you since that plaza event. Watching you, wanting you, knowing you'd never look twice at someone like me under normal circumstances." The confession should have angered her. Should have felt like manipulation, like violation. Instead, Elena felt something else. A strange relief that his obsession matched her own growing feelings. "That's incredibly arrogant," she said quietly. "I know. And manipulative. I know. And somehow exactly what I needed to hear." She cupped his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. "Because I've been half in love with you since the wedding, Damien. Since you sent peonies and held me through panic attacks and kissed me like I was oxygen. I just didn't want to admit it because it made everything more complicated." "It does make everything more complicated." He turned his head, pressing a kiss to her palm. "But maybe complicated is better than simple. Maybe real is better than performed. Maybe." She pulled him down into another kiss, this one edged with something deeper than desire. With choice, with acknowledgement, with a terrifying honesty of admitting what they both felt. When they finally left the bed, it was nearly noon. Elena showered in Damien's bathroom, their bathroom, borrowing his robe when she emerged, the silk hanging loose on her smaller frame. She found him in the kitchen, shirtless in pajama pants, making coffee with surprising competence. "You cook?" she asked, settling onto a bar stool. "I make coffee and order takeout. It's a limited repertoire." He poured her a cup, adding cream exactly how she liked it. "But I'm educable. If you want to teach me. I want a lot of things." She accepted the mug, inhaling the rich scent. "Starting with honesty about what happens next. We've crossed lines we can't uncross. Changed the fundamental nature of our arrangement. What does that mean for the contract? For the 2-year term? For everything we agreed to?" Damien leaned against the counter, his expression serious. "It means we renegotiate. Officially, legally, with new terms that reflect what this has become." He pulled out his phone, typing quickly. "I'm calling my lawyer. We'll draft a new agreement. One that acknowledges the emotional component, that protects us both if feelings change, that gives us the option to extend indefinitely if we choose. Or to end it if we need to. Yes. He met her eyes. I won't trap you, Elena. If this becomes unbearable, if I become the monster Sophia warned you about, you'll have an exit. Financial security regardless. Your business protected, your freedom guaranteed. And you? What protections do you need? The question seemed to surprise him. I don't. Partnership means reciprocal protection. What do you need from me if this fails? He considered, his expression vulnerable. Honesty. If you stop wanting this, stop wanting me, I need you to tell me directly. Not to endure or adapt or perform happiness. Just honesty. I can do that. Elena set down her coffee, moving around the counter to stand in front of him. But Damien, I need you to understand something. Last night wasn't about the contract or the arrangement or strategic advantage. It was about choosing you. And I don't make choices lightly. Neither do I. His hands settled on her waist, pulling her close. Which is why I need to tell you about Sophia. My sister, not Ashford. About what really happened. Elena's breath caught. He'd mentioned his sister briefly. The overdose, the years of addiction, but never in detail. Never with the raw honesty currently bleeding through his careful control. You don't have to. I do. 'Cause you should know what you're getting into. What kind of man I really am. He guided her back to the bar stool, then paced to the windows, his back to her. Sophia was 3 years younger than me. Brilliant, beautiful, troubled. She started using in college, pills at first, then harder drugs. I was building Cross Industries, too focused on success to notice until it was too late. Elena stayed silent, letting him talk, hearing the pain beneath each word. When I finally realized how bad it was, I tried everything. Interventions, rehab, therapy, bribes, threats. Nothing worked. She'd get clean for a few months, then relapse. Each time worse than the last. His hands clenched on the window frame. Julian knew about her. Used her addiction as leverage when we were partners. Threatened to leak information to the press if I didn't agree to certain deals. So I agreed. Compromised my principles. Made decisions I'm not proud of. All to protect her. That's not weakness, Damien. That's love. It was enabling. I gave her money that funded her habit. Cleaned up her messes instead of letting her face consequences. Protected her from reality until reality killed her. His voice cracked. She overdosed in my guest room. I found her the next morning. Too late to save her. Too late to do anything except call the ambulance and watch them pronounce her dead. Elena crossed to him, her arms wrapping around his waist from behind. Her cheek pressed against his spine. I'm so sorry. After she died, I changed. Became the man you met. Ruthless, controlled, trusting no one. I told myself it was necessary. That caring about people made you weak, made you vulnerable, made you complicit in their destruction. He turned in her arms, his eyes damp. Then you walked into my life and proved every one of those theories wrong. How? Because you're strong enough to handle your own problems. Because you call me on my controlling behavior instead of enabling it. Because you chose to stay even after seeing my worst impulses. His hands framed her face. You're not Sophia. You're not fragile or broken or in need of saving. You're my equal. My partner. The first person I've trusted in 6 years. Elena's throat burned. You're not responsible for your sister's death, Damien. Addiction is a disease. You did everything you could. Did I? Or did I prioritize my empire over her recovery? Choose business over family? Let her slip through the cracks while I was too busy conquering Manhattan? You're human. Humans make mistakes, have limitations. Can't save everyone no matter how hard they try. She pulled him down into a kiss, tasting salt, tasting grief, tasting the vulnerability he'd finally allowed himself to show. But you can choose differently now. You can let people in. You can accept help. You can be more than the walls you built to survive her loss. He held her for a long moment, his face buried in her hair, his breathing uneven. When he finally pulled back, his eyes were clearer. I want to try. To be different. To build something with you that isn't based on control or fear or the certainty that everyone leaves eventually. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. But I need you to be patient with me. I'm going to backslide. Going to try to manage situations instead of collaborating. Going to retreat behind walls when vulnerability feels too dangerous. And I'll call you on it. Every time. She managed a small smile. Just like you'll call me on my tendency to handle everything alone, to refuse help, to pretend I'm fine when I'm drowning. Deal. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Oh. New contract terms. What else needs addressing? Elena pulled back, her event planner mind organizing thoughts. The financial arrangements. Currently, I receive a settlement when the contract ends, regardless of circumstances. But if we're building a real marriage, that feels transactional. Like I'm being paid for services rendered. What would you prefer? Joint accounts, shared assets, the understanding that what's mine is yours and vice versa. She met his eyes. I don't want your money, Damien. I want partnership. Quality. The knowledge that we're building something together. Not that you're compensating me for my time. That makes you vulnerable. If this fails, if we divorce, you'd be entitled to far less under a traditional marriage arrangement than under our current contract. I know. But I'd rather be vulnerable and equal than protected and subordinate. She moved back to her coffee, needing something to do with her hands. Unless you're not comfortable with that level of financial integration. I'm terrified of it, he admitted. Every instinct I have says to maintain control, to protect my assets, to ensure I can't be hurt financially the way Julian tried to hurt me. He joined her at the counter, his hand finding hers. But you're right. Real partnership requires real vulnerability. Yes. Joint accounts, shared assets, equal access. We'll have my lawyers draft something that protects us both while acknowledging we're in this together. Thank you. Don't thank me for doing the bare minimum of treating you like an actual wife instead of an employee. His expression darkened. I've been an ass, Elena. Controlling and manipulative and so focused on managing every variable that I forgot you're a person with agency and needs and the right to equal say in our life together. You've been learning. There's a difference. She squeezed his hand. And so have I. Learning to accept help, to share control, to trust that letting someone in doesn't automatically mean getting hurt. His phone buzzed, shattering the moment. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting. It's my head of security. There's been a development with the Sophia Ashford situation. Elena's stomach tightened. What kind of development? He answered the call, his voice crisp and professional. Elena watched his face change as he listened. Surprise, then anger, then something darker. He ended the call after several terse exchanges. Sophia violated the restraining order. She showed up at your office an hour ago, demanding to speak with Sarah. Security detained her, but she's claiming she has information about a threat to your safety. Something bigger than her harassment campaign. That's convenient timing. Right after we file charges, suddenly she has urgent information. My thought exactly. It's likely a manipulation tactic, trying to position herself as helpful to avoid prosecution. He pulled up security footage on his phone, showing Sophia in handcuffs, her face flushed with anger or fear. But security says she seemed genuinely panicked. Kept insisting she needed to warn you before they made their move. They who? She wouldn't say. Demanded to speak with you directly. Damien set down his phone, his jaw tight. I told security to hold her until police arrive. Let her explain her conspiracy theories to them. Elena studied the frozen image of Sophia, seeing something in her expression that gave her pause. What if she's telling the truth? What if there is a bigger threat and she's actually trying to help? Then she should have led with that instead of months of harassment and breaking into our home. His voice went cold. I'm not giving her another opportunity to manipulate you, Elena. She's proven she's willing to lie, to stalk, to violate boundaries. Whatever information she claims to have is probably fabricated to gain sympathy. Probably. But what if it's not? Elena moved to her bedroom, pulling on clothes quickly. I'm going to talk to her. Absolutely not. Damien. No. Too dangerous. She's unstable, possibly violent, definitely manipulative. You're not going anywhere near her. He followed her, his presence filling the doorway. This is non-negotiable. Elena turned, seeing the fear beneath his commanding tone, the terror of losing someone else he cared about. I understand you're scared. But I'm not Sophia, your sister. I'm not fragile or reckless or in need of protection from my own choices. I'm a grown woman who can assess risk and make informed decisions. Informed decisions that put you in danger. Calculated risks that might prevent greater danger. She moved closer, her hand settling over his racing heart. If there is a real threat, something beyond Sophia's harassment, we need to know. And she'll only talk to me. You heard security. She's demanding to speak with me directly. So we let her demand. Let her sit in a cell and think about consequences. His hands gripped her shoulders. Elena, please. I can't. If something happened to you because I let you walk into danger, you're not letting me do anything. I'm choosing to do it. She held his gaze. But I'm not going alone. You'll be there listening through a wire. Security will be positioned. Police will be present. Every precaution will be in place. I'm not being reckless. I'm being strategic. He stared at her, conflict written across his face, the need to control warring with a promise to trust. Finally he exhaled roughly. Fine. But we do this my way. Full security detail, wire, police present, and if she makes one threatening move, you walk out immediately. Agreed. Elena kissed him briefly. Thank you for trusting me. I don't trust her. But I trust you. His hands framed her face. Just come back safe. I'm not ready to lose you. You won't. She pressed her forehead to his. I promise. Morgan Collective's office was in Chelsea, a converted loft space that Elena had poured her savings into 3 years ago. Seeing it now through Damien's eyes, the exposed brick, the mismatched furniture, the organized chaos of an active business, she felt a surge of pride. She'd built this. Without family money, without connections, without anything except her own competence and determination. Sophia sat in the small conference room, flanked by 2 security guards and a uniformed police officer. She looked diminished without her earlier confidence. Hair disheveled, mascara smudged, her hands trembling as she gripped a paper cup of water. When Elena entered, Sophia's expression cracked with relief. Thank God. I wasn't sure you'd come. I almost didn't. Elena settled into the chair across from her, acutely aware of the wire beneath her blouse, of Damien listening 2 floors above in her office. You have 5 minutes to explain why I shouldn't let police charge you with violating a restraining order. Because I was wrong. Sophia's voice broke. About everything. About you needing rescue, about Damien being the threat, about my crusade being justified. I was so focused on my own pain, my own need for revenge, that I didn't see the real danger. What real danger? Marcus Winters. He approached me 6 months ago, right after your engagement was announced. Told me he was building a case against Damien, gathering evidence of corporate malfeasance, preparing to destroy Cross Industries. Sophia leaned forward, her intensity almost manic. He said he needed inside information, security protocols, schedules, vulnerabilities. I thought I was helping expose a monster. I didn't realize I was helping create one. Elena's blood went cold. You've been feeding Marcus information. Not directly. Through my mother. She has board access, insider knowledge. Marcus would ask questions, she'd provide answers, and I thought we were building a legal case. Sophia's hands clenched. But yesterday, I overheard a call. Marcus talking to someone about accelerating the timeline, and eliminating obstacles, and making sure Cross understands the cost of his arrogance. Eliminating obstacles. Meaning what? Meaning you. Sophia's eyes filled. He said you were the weakness. That hurting you would destroy Damien more effectively than any corporate attack. That once you were gone, Cross would crumble from grief and guilt and the loss of the one thing he actually cared about. Elena's stomach lurched. In her ear, barely audible, she heard Damien's sharp intake of breath. When is this supposed to happen? I don't know. He mentioned, before the board meeting, which is scheduled for Friday. Sophia reached across the table, her hand shaking. I know I have no right to ask for your trust. I know I've done terrible things, said terrible things, tried to drive you away from Damien for my own selfish reasons. But please, Elena, take this seriously. Marcus Winters is dangerous in ways I didn't understand. And I helped give him the tools to hurt you. Elena studied Sophia's face, seeing genuine terror beneath the desperation. Why tell me now? Why not just disappear and let whatever happens happen? Because I'm not a murderer. I'm a bitter, angry woman who made terrible choices driven by pain. But I'm not okay with you getting hurt because of my stupidity. Sophia pulled back her hand. And because despite everything, I think you're good for Damien. I think you make him better. I think maybe he's capable of being the man you see in him, even if I couldn't see it myself. The confession hung between them, raw and honest. Elena glanced at the police officer standing by the door. Did you hear all that? Yes, ma'am. We'll need Ms. Ashford to provide a formal statement, including details about Marcus Winters' plans and any evidence she can provide. I'll tell you everything, Sophia said quickly. Phone records, meeting notes, everything my mother and I documented. Just please, protect Elena. Don't let my mistakes cost her life. Elena stood, her legs unsteady. Thank you for the warning. I hope you're telling the truth. I am. I swear. Sophia's voice cracked. I'm so sorry, Elena. For all of it. Elena left without responding, her mind spinning with implications. In the hallway, she found Damien waiting, his expression murderous. I'm calling in every resource I have, he said without preamble. Private security, police protection, FBI if necessary. Marcus Winters is done. We need evidence first. Sophia's testimony alone won't be enough. She's a demonstrated liar with motive to deflect blame. Elena pulled out her phone, her event planner mind organizing chaos into action items. But if Marcus is planning something before Friday's board meeting, that gives us 4 days to set a trap. A trap that uses you as bait. Absolutely not. A trap that uses me as the catalyst to force his hand while we control every variable. She met his eyes. Partnership, Damien. We do this together, or we do it badly. His jaw worked, fear and fury warring across his face. Then he pulled her against him, his arms tight, his heart hammering against her cheek. I can't lose you, he said roughly. Not now. Not when I've just figured out what we could be. You won't. Elena held him, feeling his fear, sharing it, refusing to let it control them. But we need to be smart. Strategic. We need to use what Marcus doesn't know. That we're onto him, that we're unified, that we're stronger together than we ever were separately. He pulled back, his hands framing her face. What do you have in mind? We make him think he's winning. That Sophia's warning came too late. That I'm vulnerable and isolated and the perfect target. She managed a small smile. Then we catch him in the act and make sure he never threatens anyone again. That's terrifying and brilliant and absolutely insane. It's strategic. There's a difference. She kissed him briefly. Trust me. I'm good at managing difficult situations. I'm beginning to understand that. He rested his forehead against hers. But Elena, if anything goes wrong, it won't. 'Cause you'll be there. Because we'll plan every detail. Because we're partners now, and partners protect each other. She squeezed his hands. So let's go home. Let's strategize. Let's build a trap so perfect that Marcus Winters walks right into it. And then we make sure he understands exactly what it costs to threaten what's ours." Damien's smile was sharp, dangerous, edged with the ruthless billionaire she'd first met. But his eyes held something else. Trust, maybe, or the beginning of hope that they could face this together. "Okay," he said. "Let's go to war." They left the office hand in hand, two people who'd started as strangers bound by contract, who'd become partners through crisis, who were learning, slowly, imperfectly, with frequent backsliding, how to be more than the sum of their carefully constructed walls. Behind them, Sophia sat with police, confessing her role in Marcus's plans, trying to atone for choices that had nearly cost Elena her life. Ahead, Marcus Winters waited, unaware that his perfect plan had just been exposed, that his target had become a trap, that threatening Elena Cross had been the biggest mistake of his calculated campaign. The war was coming. But this time, Damien and Elena would face it together. And together they were unstoppable. Chapter 8, The Choice. The war room was Damien's home office transformed. Monitors displaying security feeds, whiteboards covered in timelines and threat assessments. His entire security team assembled around the conference table like generals planning a siege. Elena stood at the windows, coffee cooling in her hands, watching Manhattan wake to a Friday morning that felt like the edge of a blade. 4 days since Sophia's confession. 4 days of planning, positioning, preparing for whatever Marcus Winters had orchestrated. 4 days of sleeping beside Damien, waking tangled together, learning the difference between performing a marriage and living one. Marcus's private jet filed a flight plan for this morning. Garrett, Damien's head of security, said, pulling up tracking data. Departed Teterboro at 6 a.m. Destination listed as Boston. But the flight path suggests he's circling, waiting for something. "Waiting for confirmation," Damien said, his voice cold with certainty. "He wants to know Elena's location before he commits to his next move." Elena turned from the windows. "So we give him what he wants. Let him think I'm exactly where he expects me to be." "The charity luncheon at the Pierre," Damien confirmed, pulling up the event details. "You're scheduled to attend as keynote speaker. Public venue, predictable schedule, multiple exit points. From his perspective, it's the perfect opportunity. And from ours, it's a controlled environment where we dictate every variable." Garrett indicated the hotel's floor plan on one of the monitors. "We've coordinated with NYPD, positioned plainclothes officers at every entrance, installed additional cameras, and secured the kitchen access points. If Marcus makes a move, we'll have him on multiple angles with witnesses and law enforcement present." Elena studied the setup, her event planner mind automatically assessing logistics. What about the attendees? 200 women expecting a speech about entrepreneurship, not a tactical operation. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong. Damien moved to stand beside her, his hand settling at the small of her back. "We've planned for every contingency. You'll wear a panic button disguised as a brooch, have security within arm's reach at all times, and I'll be monitoring from the hotel's security office. At the first sign of threat, we extract you. And if Marcus doesn't show, if Sophia was lying or mistaken, then we've wasted resources on excessive caution. I can live with that." His hand tightened on her waist. "What I can't live with is underestimating a man who spent 5 years plotting revenge and has explicitly threatened to hurt you." Elena leaned into his touch, drawing strength from his presence. They'd barely slept last night, both too wired with anticipation and fear to rest. Instead, they'd talked about contingencies and backup plans, about what came after today, about the future they were building in the spaces between crisis management. "There's one more thing we should consider," she said quietly. "What if Marcus isn't planning violence? What if his threat is more subtle? Reputation destruction, financial sabotage, something that hurts without leaving physical evidence. Then we adapt." Damien pulled up another screen, this one showing financial data. I've secured all our accounts, alerted the board to potential misinformation campaigns, and prepared legal responses to any accusations he might manufacture. Whatever angle he's planning, we're covered. You can't cover everything, Damien. Some risks are unavoidable. Watch me try. His smile was grim. I've spent 15 years building an empire on the principle that every variable can be controlled. I'm not stopping now. Garrett cleared his throat. Mr. Cross, we should discuss the possibility that Marcus has inside help. Someone feeding him real-time information about Mrs. Cross's location and security protocols. The room went silent. Elena felt Damien's body tense beside her, his hand dropping from her waist as he turned to face his security chief. You think we have a leak? I think Marcus has been too well informed to be working solely from Sophia's outdated intelligence. He knew about the restraining order within hours of filing. He knew about your increased security measures before we'd fully implemented them. Someone's talking. Damien's expression went cold, murderous. Who? We're still investigating. But the leak appears to be coming from someone with access to both your personal schedule and Cross Industries' internal communications. Garrett pulled up a data analysis. We've narrowed it to 3 possibilities: your executive assistant, your driver, or someone on the household staff. Elena's stomach dropped. Claire. She's on the list. So is Marcus, your driver, and Jennifer in the executive office. Garrett's tone was apologetic. I know you trust these people. But trust is exactly what makes them effective assets for intelligence gathering. Run full background checks again, Damien ordered, his voice clipped. Phone records, financial transactions, any contact with Marcus Winters or his known associates. I want answers by noon. Already in progress. Garrett gestured to 2 analysts working at laptops. We should have preliminary results within the hour. Elena moved away from the windows, needing distance to think clearly. The idea that someone in their inner circle was betraying them felt like a violation worse than Sophia's harassment. These were people she saw daily, trusted with her schedule, her safety, the intimate details of her life. If there is a leak, she said carefully, we can use it. Feed false information, set a trap within the trap. Damien's eyes sharpened. What are you thinking? I'm thinking Marcus expects me at the Pierre at noon. But what if we let it slip, through our suspected leak, that I've changed plans? That I'm meeting someone privately at a secondary location first? She pulled up a map on her phone. Somewhere more isolated, more vulnerable, more tempting as a target. Absolutely not. We're not making you more accessible to a man who's explicitly threatened your life. We're making him think I'm more accessible while actually increasing protection. Elena moved to the whiteboard, sketching out her idea. The secondary location is fully controlled. Our people, our cameras, our terms. If Marcus takes the bait, we catch him in the act. If he doesn't, I proceed to the Pierre as planned with no harm done. Garrett leaned forward, studying her diagram. It could work. If we position the secondary location correctly, we'd have better tactical advantage than a public hotel. Fewer civilians at risk, more control over the environment. It also requires using Mrs. Cross as active bait rather than passive target. Damien's voice was tight with barely controlled fear. That's a significant escalation of risk. The risk exists either way, Elena argued. At least this way, we're choosing the battlefield instead of reacting to his. She has a point, Garrett said. Defensive postures are inherently weaker than offensive ones. If we can lure Marcus into a confrontation on our terms, we maximize our advantages. Damien paced to the windows, his shoulders rigid with tension. Elena watched him wrestle with the decision, seeing the war between his protective instincts and his strategic mind. Finally he turned back. What location did you have in mind? The Morgan Collective office. Elena pulled up the building's floor plan. It's familiar territory for me, which makes the meeting plausible. Has limited access points, which gives us control. And it's connected to my business, which provides cover for why I'd be there before a public event. It's also where Sophia confronted you 4 days ago, Damien said. Marcus might see that as suspicious, too convenient, too staged. Or he might see it as poetic justice. Striking at me in the space I built independently, destroying what I created before I married you. She met his eyes. Men like Marcus think symbolically. The location would appeal to his sense of narrative. Garrett nodded slowly. We could stage it as a meeting with a potential client. Someone requesting discretion, offering a lucrative contract, insisting on privacy before the luncheon. It's plausible enough to pass casual scrutiny. And if Marcus sees through it, then he doesn't take the bait, and we proceed with the original plan. Elena moved to stand in front of Damien, her hands settling on his chest. But if he does take it, we end this today. No more threats, no more waiting for the other shoe to drop. Just resolution. Damien's hands covered hers, his grip tight. I hate this plan. I know. Every instinct I have says to lock you in this penthouse and handle Marcus myself. I know that too. But you're right. Defensive postures are weaker. And you deserve agency in your own protection. His jaw tightened. So we do this your way. With every possible precaution, with me listening to every word, with extraction protocols in place. But Elena, if anything feels wrong, if your instincts scream danger, you abort immediately. Promise me. I promise. She rose on her toes, pressing a brief kiss to his mouth. Thank you for trusting me. I trust you. I don't trust him. He turned to Garrett. Set it up. Morgan Collective Office, staged client meeting, full tactical support. And find me that leak. I want to know who's been feeding Marcus information before we spring this trap. The next 2 hours blurred into preparation. Elena changed into professional attire. A charcoal suit that projected competence, low heels she could run in if necessary, minimal jewelry except for the panic button brooch Damien insisted she wear. She reviewed her cover story until it felt natural, memorized the office's exits and safe points, ran through contingency protocols with Garrett's team. Through it all, Damien watched with the intensity of a man memorizing details against future loss. Stop looking at me like I'm already gone, Elena said as she checked her appearance one final time. I'm not. He stopped, exhaling roughly. I'm terrified, Elena. More terrified than I've been since finding Sophia. Because this time, I'm choosing to let someone I love walk into danger instead of protecting them from it. The casual use of love made her breath catch. They hadn't said the words yet, had been dancing around the admission for days, both too scared to make it real. Say that again, she whispered. What? The part about love. Damien moved closer, his hands framing her face with devastating gentleness. I love you. Probably since that Plaza event months ago. Definitely since you tore up the contract and demanded partnership. Absolutely since the night you stayed in my bed and let me hold you while you slept. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. I love you, Elena Cross. And the thought of anything happening to you is the only thing that still has the power to break me. Tears burned behind her eyes. I love you too. Even though you're controlling and obsessive and terrible at sharing power. Even though this started as a transaction and probably shouldn't have become real. I love you anyway. He kissed her then, deep and desperate, like he was trying to memorize the taste of her. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, his forehead rested against hers. Come back to me, he said roughly. Whatever happens today, come back. Always. She stepped back, needing distance before her courage failed. Now let's go catch a billionaire. Morgan Collective's office felt different knowing it was a stage. Elena moved through the familiar space. Her desk, her fabric samples, her vision boards covered in other people's dreams, seeing it through tactical eyes. Garrett's team had positioned themselves throughout the building, invisible but present. Cameras captured every angle. The trap was set. Now they just needed Marcus to take the bait. He's moving. Garrett's voice came through her earpiece, barely audible. Private car just departed from a parking garage in Midtown. Heading south on 5th Avenue. ETA to your location, 12 minutes. Elena's pulse kicked. Confirmed. I'm in position. She settled at her desk, pulling up fake client files on her computer, arranging her workspace to suggest a legitimate meeting. Through her earpiece, she heard Damien's breathing, controlled, steady, listening from the security van parked 2 blocks away. Elena. His voice was low, intimate despite the tactical channel. You don't have to do this. We can abort right now, proceed to the Pierre, handle this differently. I'm okay. Scared but okay. She touched the panic button brooch, drawing comfort from its weight. Trust me to see this through. I do. Always. The minutes crawled past. Elena forced herself to appear absorbed in work, typing meaningless notes, reviewing fake proposals. Her hands were steady despite the adrenaline singing through her veins. Target approaching building, Garrett reported. Single occupant in vehicle. Matches Marcus Winter's description. He's parking in the loading zone. Elena's breath caught. He's alone. Appears to be. No visible backup. No additional vehicles in the area. He's exiting the car. Moving toward the main entrance. All units stand by. Damien's voice cut in, sharp with command. Let him enter. Let him commit to the approach. Then we close the net. Elena heard the building's main door open, footsteps echoing in the stairwell. She kept her eyes on her computer screen, her posture relaxed, giving no indication she knew what was coming. The office door opened. Marcus Winters looked exactly like his photos, silver-haired, distinguished, his expensive suit immaculate. But his eyes held something the photos hadn't captured, a cold, calculating rage that made Elena's skin crawl. Mrs. Cross. His smile was pleasant, practiced. I hope I'm not interrupting. Your assistant said you had a few minutes before your luncheon engagement. The lie was smooth. Elena hadn't told her assistant anything, which meant Marcus had simply walked in, assuming access. Bold, arrogant, certain of his welcome. Mr. Winters. She stood, extending her hand with professional courtesy. This is unexpected. I wasn't aware we had a meeting scheduled. We don't. But I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd take the opportunity to speak with you privately. He shook her hand briefly, his grip firm. About your husband. About the future of Cross Industries. About choices you'll need to make very soon. Elena gestured to the chair across from her desk, her heart hammering. That sounds ominous. Please sit. Tell me what's on your mind. Marcus settled into the chair with casual confidence, crossing his legs, his posture relaxed. A man who believed he held all the power, who thought Elena was an unsuspecting target rather than active bait. I'll be direct, he said. Your husband is a dangerous man. He's built his empire through ruthless tactics, destroyed countless lives, and operates without conscience or constraint. You've been married to him for, 6 weeks? Already you must be seeing signs of his true nature. What I see is a man who's been honest about our arrangement from the beginning. Elena kept her voice level, professional. What I'm curious about is why you're here in my office, sharing unsolicited opinions about my marriage. Because I'm trying to save you from making a terrible mistake. Marcus leaned forward, his intensity almost hypnotic. Damien Cross destroys everything he touches. My daughter's career, Julian Vance's freedom, countless other lives crushed beneath his ambition. And now he's set his sights on legitimacy, on rehabilitation, on using you as proof that he's capable of human connection. That's quite a theory. It's documented fact. I have evidence. Emails, financial records, testimony from people he's destroyed. Damien Cross is a sociopath, Mrs. Cross. And you're his latest acquisition. Marcus pulled a folder from his jacket, sliding it across her desk. This contains everything you need to know about the man you married. Read it. Then decide if you want to continue being complicit in his crimes. Elena opened the folder with steady hands, scanning the contents. Financial documents, email chains, witness statements, all meticulously compiled, all damning. Some of it she recognized from Damien's own admissions. Some was new, shocking in its detail. "This is impressive research," she said carefully. "You've clearly spent significant time building a case against my husband. 5 years. Ever since he destroyed my daughter's company and my family's reputation." Marcus's mask slipped, revealing the rage beneath. 5 years of watching him operate without consequences, of seeing him celebrated while his victims suffer in silence. "I'm done being silent, Mrs. Cross. And I'm offering you the chance to be done too." "By doing what exactly?" "By testifying against him. By providing insider access to Cross Industries' operations. By helping me build a legal case that will finally hold Damien Cross accountable for his actions." Marcus's smile was cold. "You're his wife. You have access to information, to documents, to private conversations. You could be the key to bringing down his empire." Elena set down the folder, her mind racing. This was it. The moment of confrontation, the choice Marcus thought she'd have to make. Damien or justice. Loyalty or truth. Love or principle. "And if I refuse? Then you're complicit in his crimes. And when his empire falls, and it will fall, Mrs. Cross, I'll make certain of it, you'll fall with him." Marcus stood, his posture aggressive. "I'm giving you one opportunity to choose the right side of history. To help me stop a man who's caused immeasurable harm. To be a hero instead of a victim." "A hero?" Elena repeated, standing to face him. "Is that what you think you are? A hero, stalking someone's wife, threatening her safety, coordinating with a woman who broke into our home?" Marcus's expression flickered. Surprise, then calculation. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sophia Ashford. Your co-conspirator. The woman who's been harassing me for weeks under your direction." Elena moved around her desk, her fear transmuting into anger. "She confessed, Marcus. Told police everything about your plans, your threats, your explicit intention to hurt me as a way to destroy Damien. That's absurd. I barely know Sophia Ashford. You've met with her 17 times in the last 6 months. Your phone records show 43 calls. Your financial records show payments totaling $200,000 to an account she controls." Elena pulled out her phone, displaying the evidence Garrett's team had compiled. "You coordinated her harassment campaign, fed her information about our security, and explicitly told her that eliminating obstacles was necessary to destroy Cross Industries." Marcus's face went pale, then flushed with rage. "You're lying. That's fabricated evidence, planted by your husband to discredit me. It's documented fact. Verified by police, corroborated by Sophia's testimony, supported by digital forensics." Elena held his gaze. "You're done, Marcus. The only question now is whether you leave quietly or make this worse for yourself." For a long moment, Marcus simply stared at her. Then his hand moved toward his jacket pocket. "Gun!" Garrett's voice exploded through her earpiece. "He's reaching." Elena hit the panic button, diving behind her desk as the office door burst open. Garrett's team flooded in, weapons drawn, shouting commands. Marcus froze, his hand still in his jacket, his expression wild. "Show me your hands. Now." Marcus pulled his hand free slowly, revealing not a gun but a phone. I wasn't. On the ground. Hands behind your head." The next minutes blurred into controlled chaos. Marcus was secured, searched, his phone confiscated. Police arrived, taking custody, reading rights. Elena stayed behind her desk, her hands shaking with adrenaline crash, watching the trap spring closed around a man who'd spent 5 years plotting revenge. Then Damien was there, pulling her into his arms, his face buried in her hair, his heart hammering against her cheek. "Jesus Christ, Elena." When he reached for his pocket. "I know. I'm okay. I'm fine." She held him tight, feeling his fear, his relief. his absolute terror at how close they'd come to disaster. "It's over. We got him. We got him," Damien repeated, his voice rough. "But if he'd actually had a weapon, if you'd been hurt?" "I wasn't. Because we planned for every contingency. Because you were listening. Because we did this together." She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. "Partnership, remember? Partnership." He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, her mouth. Desperate, grateful kisses that tasted like relief. "I love you. God, Elena, I love you so much it terrifies me." "I love you too." She managed a shaky laugh. "Though maybe next time we can prove it without tactical operations and criminal conspiracies. Deal?" He helped her stand, his arms steady around her waist. "Let's go home. Let police handle the rest. I'm done with crisis management for today." They left the office hand in hand, stepping over evidence markers and past crime scene techs, emerging into afternoon sunlight that felt like absolution. The war was over. Marcus Winters was in custody. The threats had ended. All that remained was the future they'd been building in the spaces between survival. The penthouse felt different when they returned, lighter somehow, as if the resolution of external threats had lifted weight from the very air. Elena shed her jacket and the panic button brooch, the small freedom of removing tactical gear making her shoulders drop with relief. "I need to cancel the luncheon," she said, pulling out her phone. "Send apologies, reschedule." "Already handled." Damien poured 2 glasses of bourbon, offering her one. Garrett called ahead. "They're explaining your absence as a family emergency. Your reputation remains intact." "Thank you." She accepted the glass, the amber liquid burning smooth down her throat. "What happens now? With Marcus, with the case, with everything?" "Now the legal system takes over. He'll be charged with conspiracy, harassment, attempted assault. Sophia's testimony combined with the evidence we've gathered should be enough for conviction." Damien settled beside her on the sofa, his free hand finding hers. "But that's not what you're really asking." "No." Elena set down her glass, turning to face him fully. "I'm asking what happens with us. Now that the crisis is over, now that we're not fighting for survival, now that we have to figure out what this marriage actually is without external threats forcing us together. What do you want it to be?" The question was simple, terrifying, everything. Elena considered her answer carefully, knowing it would shape whatever came next. "I want it to be real. Not performed, not strategic, not a contract we're both trying to honor. I want to wake up beside you because I choose to, not because circumstances demand it. I want to build a life together that's ours, not one that serves your empire or my business or anyone's expectations except our own." Damien's expression softened. "I want that too. More than I've wanted anything in 15 years. He set down his own glass, his hands framing her face. "But I need you to understand something. The man you're choosing, I'm still ruthless, still controlling, still capable of the things Marcus accused me of. Loving you doesn't erase my past or fundamentally change my nature. I know. I'm not asking you to be someone else. I'm asking you to be yourself with me. The ruthless billionaire and the man who holds me when I'm scared. Both versions, integrated, honest." She covered his hands with hers. "I don't need you to be perfect, Damien. I need you to be real. Real is messy. So is love. Real means I'll backslide into controlling behavior. Try to manage situations instead of collaborating. Retreat behind walls when vulnerability feels dangerous. And I'll call you on it. Every time. Just like you'll call me on my tendency to handle everything alone, to refuse help, to pretend I'm fine when I'm drowning." She leaned into his touch. "We'll make mistakes. We'll fight. We'll have to keep choosing each other even when it's hard. But that's what real marriage is. Not the performance but the work." Damien kissed her then, slow and deep, tasting like bourbon and promise. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. "I want to do this right," he said quietly. "Not the contract version, not the arrangement. A real marriage, built on choice and trust and the terrifying honesty of actually letting someone in. Then let's start now. Elena pulled the contract from his office drawer, the document that had bound them together, that had outlined terms and conditions and exit strategies. Let's make this official. She tore it in half. The sound was satisfying, final. Damien watched with something like awe as she tore it again, and again, until the contract was confetti in her hands. Elena, we don't need it anymore. We never really did. It was just armor, protection against the vulnerability of actually caring about each other. She let the pieces fall, watching them scatter across his desk like snow. I don't want protection from you, Damien. I want partnership. I want love. I want whatever messy, complicated, real thing we can build together. He pulled her into his arms, his grip tight enough to hurt, his face buried in her hair. You're the bravest person I know. I'm terrified. So am I. But maybe that's the point, feeling it and choosing each other anyway. They stood like that for a long moment, holding each other in the ruins of their contract, in the beginning of something real. Then Damien pulled back, his hands settling on her shoulders. I have something for you. I was going to wait, but now feels right. He pulled a small box from his desk drawer, velvet and worn. This was my mother's. She died when I was 12, but I kept her rings. I've never shown them to anyone. Elena's throat tightened as he opened the box, revealing 2 simple gold bands, worn smooth with age, engraved with words too faded to read. They're not as impressive as the rings I gave you, Damien said, his voice rough with emotion. No diamonds, no designer settings. Just gold and promises and 50 years of choosing each other every day. They're perfect. Elena touched the rings with gentle fingers, feeling the weight of history, of love that had lasted. Your parents, they had a good marriage. The best. They fought constantly, disagreed about everything, drove each other crazy. But they chose each other every single day, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. He lifted her left hand, sliding off the engagement ring and wedding band he'd given her. I want that with you, Elena. The fighting and the choosing and the 50 years of figuring it out together. He replaced the designer rings with his mother's bands, the gold warm against her skin. They fit perfectly, as if they'd been waiting for her all along. Marry me again, Damien said quietly. Not because of a contract or a crisis or strategic advantage. Because you love me and I love you and we want to build something real together. Elena's vision blurred with tears. We're already married. Legally, yes. But I want to choose you again. Publicly, deliberately, with our families and friends present. I want a wedding that's ours, not a courthouse ceremony conducted under duress. He pulled her closer. I want to stand in front of everyone we know and promise you forever, not 2 years. I want to mean every word of the vows instead of performing them. I want. She silenced him with a kiss, pouring everything she felt into the connection. Love, fear, hope, the terrifying vulnerability of choosing someone completely. Yes, she said against his mouth. Yes, I'll marry you again. As many times as you want, in as many ways as you need, until you believe that I'm choosing you freely. I believe it now. His arms tightened around her. But I'll take the extra ceremonies anyway. For insurance. Elena laughed, the sound bright in the quiet penthouse. Control freak. Guilty. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her toward their bedroom. But I'm your control freak now. You're stuck with me. Good. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her mother's rings catching the afternoon light. Because I'm not letting you go. They made love in the daylight, slow and reverent, mapping each other with the knowledge that this was theirs now. Not performed, not strategic, just real. Damien was gentle and demanding in turns, learning what made her gasp, what made her arch, what made her forget everything except the feel of him. When they finally collapsed together, both breathing hard, Elena felt fundamentally changed. Not just physically, though her body hummed with satisfaction, but deeper. She'd let someone in completely. had chosen vulnerability over protection, partnership over independence, love over safety. And somehow she'd survived it. More than survived, she'd found home. "What are you thinking?" Damien asked, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on her spine. "That I'm happy. Genuinely, terrifyingly happy." She propped herself on his chest, meeting his eyes. "That I love you more than I thought possible. That I'm grateful for every crisis and confrontation and complication that brought us here. Even Marcus trying to hurt you. Even that. Because it forced us to trust each other, to work together, to prove we're stronger unified than we ever were separately." She traced his jaw with gentle fingers. "We're partners now. Really partners. And that's worth everything we went through to get here." Damien pulled her down into a kiss, slow and sweet and edged with promise. "Partners," he agreed. "In business and life and whatever comes next." "Whatever comes next," Elena repeated. "That's a terrifying phrase." "It is. But we'll face it together." He rolled, pinning her beneath him with careful weight. "Starting with planning a real wedding. One that's ours, not dictated by crisis or contract or anyone's expectations except our own. I'm an event planner, Damien. Planning our wedding might actually kill me with the pressure. Then delegate. Hire someone else to execute while you enjoy being the bride." His smile was soft, transformative. "Let someone take care of you for once. Let me take care of you." The offer settled warm in her chest. "I'd like that. Being taken care of. As long as it's partnership, not management." "Partnership," he promised. "Always partnership from now on." They spent the rest of the afternoon in bed, talking and touching and planning a future that was finally fully theirs. No contracts, no crises, no external forces shaping their choices. Just two people who'd found each other through impossible circumstances and chosen to stay. As evening fell over Manhattan, casting gold across their tangled sheets, Elena thought about the midnight call that had started everything. Her father's desperate summons, the contract terms, the arrangement that was supposed to be temporary and transactional. She thought about how wrong she'd been about Damien, seeing the ruthless billionaire but missing the man beneath, the one who sent peonies and held her through nightmares and learned to share control because she asked him to. She thought about Sophia's warning. He destroys everything he touches. But Sophia had been wrong. Damien didn't destroy, he transformed. He'd taken Elena's carefully constructed independence and shown her that partnership could be stronger than isolation. He'd taken his own armored heart and let her see the wounds beneath, the grief and fear and desperate need for connection. Together, they'd built something neither could have created alone. "I love you," she said into the quiet room, the words simple and true. "I love you too." Damien's arms tightened around her. "Thank you for choosing me. For seeing past the Ice King to the man underneath. For being brave enough to stay when every instinct probably told you to run. Thank you for letting me in. For trusting me enough to share control. For being willing to try even when it terrified you." They lay together as darkness fell, two people who'd started as strangers bound by contract, who'd become partners through crisis, who'd learned, slowly, imperfectly, with frequent backsliding, how to build something real in the space between protection and vulnerability. The contract was destroyed. The threats were neutralized. The performance was over. All that remained was the choice. To love each other, to trust each other, to build a life together that was theirs alone. And every day, for the rest of their lives, they'd make that choice again. Not because they had to. 'Cause they wanted to. Because some things, the best things, weren't planned or controlled or managed. They were chosen. And Elena Cross had chosen her husband. Finally, fully, forever. Epilogue. 1 year later. The Brooklyn Heights townhouse smelled like fresh paint and peonies. Elena stood in the kitchen. Their kitchen, warm brick and reclaimed wood, nothing like the penthouse's sterile perfection. Watching autumn light paint gold across countertops she'd chosen, cabinets Damien had insisted on installing himself despite having no carpentry skills whatsoever. The result was charmingly imperfect. Like their marriage. "You're smiling at the crooked cabinet again," Damien said, emerging from his study with reading glasses perched on his nose, a recent addition that made him look professorial and somehow more human. I'm smiling at your stubbornness. You could have hired professionals. Where's the satisfaction in that? He moved behind her, his arms circling her waist, his chin settling on her shoulder. Besides, you said you wanted a home we built together. I took you literally. I meant metaphorically. I know. But I like my version better. His hand splayed across her stomach, warm and possessive. How are you feeling? Any nausea today? Just in the morning. Dr. Chan says it should ease after the first trimester. Elena covered his hands with hers, feeling the weight of his mother's rings, worn smooth now with a year of choosing each other daily. Are you nervous? Terrified? Excited? Completely unprepared? He turned her in his arms, his eyes searching hers. But we'll figure it out together. Like everything else. The pregnancy had been unplanned, a failure of precaution during their second honeymoon in Santorini, when they'd been too drunk on love and Greek wine to remember practical considerations. Elena had panicked initially, remembering the false alarm that had preceded so much chaos. But Damien had simply pulled her close and whispered, "Ready or not, we're doing this." And somehow, his certainty had steadied her. Your father called, Damien said, releasing her reluctantly. He wants to know if we're still coming to dinner Sunday. Something about discussing the foundation's expansion plans. Which is code for wanting to see his daughter and check that you're treating her well. Elena smiled, pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. He's been much better lately. More present, more honest. Almost like having an actual father instead of a corporate strategist. Redemption's a powerful motivator. Especially when it comes with grandchild on the way incentive. Damien began chopping vegetables with a precision he brought to everything, even cooking, which he'd taken up with characteristic obsession. Though I still want to punch him sometimes for putting you in that position. For making you choose between family loyalty and personal freedom. He gave me you. Eventually, I'll forgive him for the method. She moved to stand beside him, her hand settling over his. Besides, if he hadn't backed himself into that corner, we might never have found each other. I'd still be in my Brooklyn apartment, planning other people's perfect days, convinced independence was the same as happiness. And I'd still be in that penthouse, alone except for my empire, convinced control was the same as safety. He set down the knife, turning to frame her face. We saved each other, Elena. From isolation, from fear, from the walls we'd both built so high we couldn't see over them anymore. Very poetic for a ruthless billionaire. You're a terrible influence on my emotional distance. But he smiled, the expression transforming his face the way it always did, softening the harsh lines, revealing the man beneath the armor. I'm writing that into your performance review. I don't have a performance review. I'm your wife, not your employee. You're also Cross Industries' new director of corporate social responsibility. That position definitely gets reviewed. He returned to chopping, his movements efficient. Speaking of which, the board loved your proposal for the scholarship expansion. Victoria's replacement was particularly impressed. Elena felt a familiar pang at Victoria's name. The former board member had resigned quietly after Marcus's arrest. Her reputation damaged but not destroyed. Sophia had served 6 months for harassment and breaking and entering, emerging chastened and, according to her therapist's reports, genuinely remorseful. Damien had wanted harsher penalties. Elena had advocated for measured consequences. They'd compromised, as they did with everything now, finding the middle ground between his instinct for absolute control and her belief in proportional response. Have you heard from Sophia lately? Elena asked, knowing the answer but needing to voice the question. Her therapist sends monthly updates as part of the restraining order conditions. She's apparently doing well. New job, new apartment, actual healthy coping mechanisms. His jaw tightened. But she's still not allowed within 500 feet of you. That term isn't negotiable. I wasn't suggesting renegotiating. Just curious if she's okay. You're too forgiving. I'm practical. Holding grudges takes energy I'd rather spend on us. On building what we have instead of destroying what tried to hurt us. She moved to the stove, heating olive oil. Besides, Sophia was right about one thing. You do destroy everything you touch. You destroyed my carefully maintained independence, my conviction that I was better off alone, my absolute certainty that love was a liability I couldn't afford. Should I apologize for that? God, no. Best destruction of my life. She glanced over her shoulder, catching his grin. Though you could apologize for monopolizing the cutting board. I need space for the chicken. Demanding woman. You love it. I really do. He moved aside, making room, his hand trailing across her lower back as he passed. A casual touch that still sent heat through her, that still made her breath catch even after a year of marriage and countless intimate moments. They cooked together in comfortable silence, the rhythm familiar now, domestic in ways that would have terrified them both 18 months ago. The townhouse had been Elena's idea, a compromise between Damien's penthouse fortress and her Brooklyn apartment, a space that was theirs rather than his or hers. He'd bought it within a week of her mentioning the possibility. I'm not controlling, he'd said when she'd accused him of moving too fast. I'm efficient. There's a difference. There really isn't. Agree to disagree. They'd moved in 6 months ago, spending weekends painting walls and arguing about furniture placement and learning how to share space without one of them dominating. It was messy and imperfect and exactly what Elena had wanted. A home built on choice rather than contract, on partnership rather than performance. Morgan Collective had expanded too, occupying a full floor in Chelsea now, with Sarah promoted to senior planner and 3 new associates handling the growing client list. Elena still took select projects, the ones that challenged her that mattered, but she'd learned to delegate, to trust her team, to accept that letting go of control didn't mean losing quality. Damien had taught her that. By example, by patience, by occasionally forcing her to take vacations where work emails were forbidden and relaxation was mandatory. You're thinking too loud, he said, plating their dinner with surprising artistry. I can hear the event planner wheels turning from here. Just thinking about the gala next month. The venue confirmed, but the caterer is being difficult about the menu modifications. Nope. He took her hand, guiding her to the dining table. An antique piece they'd found together at a Brooklyn flea market, scarred wood and mismatched chairs that somehow worked perfectly. Work talk is banned during dinner. House rule. Your house rule. I never agreed to it. You agreed when you married me. Second time specifically. Remember the vows. I promised to leave work at the office and be present for our life together. I don't remember that vow. I may have added it mentally. He pulled out her chair with exaggerated courtesy. But the spirit stands. Dinner is for us, not for client management or corporate strategy or any of the 1,000 things we could be worrying about instead of enjoying each other's company. Elena settled into her chair, warmth spreading through her chest. This, the casual domesticity, the gentle teasing, the absolute certainty that she was home. This was what she'd been missing her entire life without knowing it. Okay, she agreed. No work talk. What should we discuss instead? Baby names. Nursery colors. Whether we're finding out the gender or waiting. He served her plate with careful attention to portions. Not controlling, she'd learned, just caring in the way that came naturally to him. Also, your mother's portrait. I had it moved from Morgan Holdings to the Foundation's new headquarters. I thought you'd want to see it in a space that actually honors her legacy. Elena's throat tightened. The portrait had been one of her non-negotiables when negotiating the original contract, that her mother's memory be preserved, protected, given the dignity it deserved. Damien had honored that term and exceeded it, establishing a cancer research fund in Catherine Morgan's name, endowing scholarships for young women pursuing medical degrees, ensuring her mother's legacy lived beyond oil and canvas. Thank you, she said quietly, for understanding what that means to me. Your mother mattered to you. Therefore, she matters to me. He reached across the table, his hand finding hers. That's how love works, Elena. Your priorities become mine. Your pain becomes mine. Your joy becomes mine. And yours become mine. Which is why I know you're nervous about becoming a father. Why you've been reading parenting books at 3 a.m. when you think I'm sleeping. Why you keep asking Dr. Chen the same questions in slightly different ways. His expression flickered, caught, vulnerable. I don't want to fail at this. Being a father. At giving our child what I didn't have after my mother died. Stability, presence, the certainty that they're loved unconditionally. You won't fail. You'll make mistakes, yes. You'll probably try to control their schedule and manage their friendships and research the optimal educational strategies. She squeezed his hand. But you'll also love them fiercely. Protect them absolutely. Show up for every moment that matters and most that don't. You'll be an amazing father, Damien. Because you're an amazing husband. I'm a work in progress. Aren't we all? She lifted his hand, pressing a kiss to his knuckles. But we're progressing together. That's what matters. They ate dinner as evening deepened beyond the windows, talking about nursery colors. Elena wanted soft gray, Damien insisted on pale yellow, and baby names. They'd agreed on Catherine if it was a girl, still debating boy options. And whether they'd find out the gender, Elena wanted to know, Damien wanted to be surprised. We could compromise, Elena suggested. Find out but not tell anyone. Keep it our secret. I like that. Private knowledge, shared only between us. His smile was soft, intimate. Like so much of what we've built. After dinner, they moved to the living room. Mismatched sofas they'd chosen together, bookshelves holding both their collections, artwork that was theirs rather than designer-selected. Damien built a fire in the fireplace while Elena curled into the corner of the sofa, watching him work with the same focused intensity he brought to everything. Do you ever regret it? She asked as he settled beside her, pulling her against his side. The contract, the arrangement, the way we started. Do you wish we'd met differently? Built this without all the complications? He considered, his fingers tracing idle patterns on her shoulder. No, because the complications made us honest. Made us fight for this instead of taking it for granted. Made us choose each other deliberately instead of drifting together by accident. He pressed a kiss to her hair. We earned this, Elena. Every moment, every compromise, every small act of trust. That makes it more valuable than any easy romance could have been. Even though I was technically a business transaction. You were never a transaction. You were an opportunity one was ruthless enough to engineer and lucky enough to deserve. He shifted, turning her to face him. I'd do it again. All of it. The contract, the arrangement, the crisis management. 'Cause it gave me you. And you're worth every manipulation, every calculated risk. Every moment of terror that I'd lose you before I'd really found you. Elena's vision blurred. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me. Don't tell anyone. It'll ruin my reputation as the Ice King. Your reputation was ruined the moment you started cooking me dinner and reading parenting books at 3 a.m. She cupped his face, feeling the familiar rasp of evening stubble. You're not the Ice King anymore, Damien. You're just mine. Yours, he agreed, pulling her into a kiss that was heat and promise and the comfortable intimacy of two people who'd learned each other completely. Always yours. They made love on the sofa as firelight painted shadows across skin, slow and reverent, mindful of the small life growing between them. Damien was gentle to the point of obsession, his hands mapping her changing body with wonder, his mouth following the path his fingers traced. When they finally collapsed together, both breathing hard, Elena felt the familiar sense of completion, of being exactly where she belonged, with exactly who she belonged with. I love you, she said into the quiet room, the words simple and true. I love you too. His arms tightened around her. Thank you for destroying my carefully constructed life and replacing it with this chaotic, messy, absolutely perfect reality. Thank you for letting me. For being brave enough to try. For choosing me every day even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. He shifted, settling them more comfortably, his hand splaying protectively across her stomach. That's when the choice matters most. They lay together as the fire burned low, two people who'd started as strangers bound by contract, who'd become partners through crisis, who'd learned to build something real in the space between control and surrender. The contract was long destroyed, its ashes scattered, its terms obsolete. What remained was choice. Daily, deliberate, the conscious decision to love each other through mistakes and backsliding and the inevitable complications of building a life together. "Do you think we'll be okay?" Elena asked, voicing the fear that sometimes surfaced in quiet moments. "With the baby, with the changes coming, with everything that's about to shift? I think we'll be terrified and exhausted and completely unprepared." Damien's voice was steady, certain. "But we'll figure it out together. Like we've figured out everything else. One day at a time, one honest conversation at a time, one small act of trust at a time. Partnership. Always partnership." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "That's the only term that matters now." Elena closed her eyes, listening to the crackle of fire, the steady rhythm of Damien's breathing, the quiet sounds of their home settling around them. Outside, Brooklyn hummed with evening life. Car horns and distant music and the endless pulse of the city that had brought them together. Inside they'd built sanctuary. Not the sterile fortress of Damien's penthouse, where control had masqueraded as safety. Not the careful independence of Elena's apartment, where isolation had pretended to be strength. This was real, messy and imperfect and absolutely theirs. "I'm glad you called that night," Elena said drowsily, remembering her father's midnight summons, the contract terms, the beginning of everything. "I'm glad you were ruthless enough to engineer our meeting and I was desperate enough to agree. I'm glad for every complication and crisis and moment of terror. 'Cause it gave me this. It gave me you. I'm glad too." Damien's arms tightened around her, protective and possessive in equal measure. "Best business decision I ever made." "I'm not a business decision. No, you're my wife, my partner, my home." He shifted, settling them both more comfortably. "You're everything I didn't know I needed and everything I'm grateful I found." Elena smiled against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart, the warmth of his skin, the absolute certainty that she was exactly where she belonged. The journey had been complicated. Contracts and crises, threats and transformations, the slow dismantling of walls they'd both built so carefully. But the destination was simple. Love. Partnership. Not performed or strategic or managed. Just chosen. Every single day. And as Elena drifted toward sleep, wrapped in her husband's arms, their child growing between them, their future uncertain but faced together, she thought about Sophia's warning one last time. He destroys everything he touches. Sophia had been wrong. Damien hadn't destroyed Elena. He'd freed her. From the prison of independence, from the fear of vulnerability, from the conviction that needing someone meant weakness. Together, they'd built something neither could have created alone. A marriage that was real in every sense, a love that was chosen rather than contracted, a partnership that transformed them both. And in the morning, they'd wake up and choose each other again. Because that's what love was. Not the fairy tale, not the performance, not the carefully managed arrangement. Just the choice. Made daily, deliberately, with full knowledge of each other's flaws and fears and the messy, complicated reality of building a life together. The contract had brought them together. But love, real, chosen, hard-won love, would keep them that way. Forever. End.